Music Maestro. I think maybe we've had just about enough of that, ladies and gentlemen. The goose is loose. How are we all doing? Karma, welcome on in, buddy. I'm very sad to hear that you are sick. If you did catch this one from me, it has been a bugger. I was going to stream sick on Friday, and then by about 3 o'clock I just went to bed and slept all evening. I was absolutely flat out with it. But we're back, and we're back with Starsector. We are where we deserve to be, playing a little bit of Starsector. So let's get everything up and running. Let's crank a little bit of game audio. I think we'll give ourselves about 25%. And it is good to see you here, buddy. So I'm very sorry you're sick, but I'm very glad you are here for this, because your guidance is always needed. And I need to relearn, this is job number 1, how to pilot my newly built ship and my new piloted ship, which at the end of the last stream I was really enjoying. And I think we can afford to go just a bit more generous with that audio, not too much. There we go. So let us continue the adventures. Oh no, hang on. Which playthrough is this? Did I test something else out? Let me just have a quick look at my fleet. Oh yeah, we don't like this. We don't want this. No. We want a load game. We want Bo Goose McCroy, who has played far more of this game. Let's load a bit of Bo Goose, because I've got a Manticore to master. So where are we? We were at Hesperus, of course. We finished off doing the Hesperus mission because we were going to do Hesperus and place the spy beacon, which I couldn't do without the help of Karma and the guys, who definitely got me through it. Oh, that was my thinking, Karma. I was like, I'm going to just sit and chill and do some Starsector, and I didn't want to play anything else, because I'd said we'd do Starsector next and I was desperate to get back to it, but you can't do it if you're only half in your head. Oh, what are the historical missions? Are they on here? Don't see them straight away, but... Oh, I see. Are they like main menu scenarios? Oh right, sorry, the main menu. Let's do this. We've not done anything yet. We can easily do that. Ah, missions. Oh. Maybe these are what I will do to get myself dialed into a bit of Starsector when I'm not playing on stream. Oh, now that's brilliant, because you know I love a bit of lore. Thank you, Karma. That is great. Right, well, I'm going to be doing some of those offline, but if I enjoy them, we might do some online as well. But we need to be back with Bo Goose McCroy. So we had been to Hesperus. We had placed the beacon. I didn't hide in the magnetic field of the irradiated world, which I should have done, as we learned at the end of the last session. But we did place the spy beacon, and we did make a little bit of money. We still have the... Was it the bounty that we took down here? So yeah, we decided we could easily take these guys on. That was right. This was for Caliban. And we took his easiest one, because I didn't realise you could look at all 3 of them before you decided. And we're going to nuke these guys, and there's not a ship there that I want to recover. Look at all the D-mods on these things. So that will be a nice little warm-up. So that is all the way down here, which, if we look at that, if we set a destination and we look at our fuel range, God, of course, because we picked up ourselves a little tanker as well, didn't we? So we can get there and back quite easily. So that's what we're going to do first. But before we do any of that, I want to nip into Hesperus. I want to have a quick look in the refit window. I want to jump into my Manticore, and we'd set this thing up with the Hellbore cannon at Karma's recommendation. We've got the Hellbore cannon, we've got a number of light auto cannons, and then we got a couple of Sabo pods. And if I remember rightly, yeah, we got the Sabo pods on manual. Everything else is firing as is. And we've got the expanded missile racks. So these have got 12 ammo. Now here's a question for you, Karma. Is the 12 ammo standard and the expanded missile racks make it 24? Or is it normally 6 and it's 12 because I've got the expanded on? Does the hull mod affect the tooltip, or do you just sort of have to mentally fix yourself? Because I know that for example, the tooltip on these says range 700, but I know because of the ballistic rangefinder it's actually 900, same as the Hellbore. So I don't think it's updating the tooltips, which means I think we've got 24 ammo in those. Yeah, cool. I thought it was, because I know it is for things like the ballistic rangefinder, so thank you, that is really useful. Couple of things, and I've been wondering this myself. I have played around with this a little bit. So these are anti-shield missiles. Everything on this is anti-shield, and I've got the Sabos on here really to add pressure. So they've got the 2-stage rockets, which I'm going to get used to again. I'm going to do a very quick simulation here and just get used to piloting this ship again and not overloading it. The flux is not too badly out of whack, but you can still overload this quite easily if you're not careful. I could save ammo on these if I didn't have the expanded missile racks by setting them to alternating fire, but right, 6 shots, and that's 6 shots per pod, and then the hull mod kicks in. So with the hull mod, 12 shots. But I'm applying more pressure if I fire them linked, but I'm saving my ammo if I fire them alternating, and it's still applying some pressure and not spamming 4 missiles at once. So would you recommend having them alternating or linked, Karma? Because the weapons are dishing out a pretty hefty amount of pressure as is, and if we can get the missiles to last through a couple of ship engagements, we're probably doing quite well. Yeah. That was sort of my thinking on it, but thank you for confirming that, mate. That really helps. Really helps. Yeah, so I can just hammer it to fire them both if I'm really trying to put pressure on, or if it stops me just mad clicking like an idiot and accidentally burning all my ammo, which I tend to do. So we'll run a simulation against one of these hammerheads, which is what we did last time, and we lost to one of the pirate ones, and then we won against this one. So I'd like to win against this one again, but it is very easy to sort of flux out, overload, overcommit. One of the things I love about Starsector is the pace of combat is not as mad and wild as you would first think. It is way more tactical, and you really need to sort of pick your fights, engage and disengage as necessary. I also need to remember the secondary on this as well. Yeah, you see we're already building up quite a lot, but we are putting pressure on them. Look at that. Let's just back off a bit and vent, because we've already damaged their weapons in the front, so we're helping ourselves here. Right, get in while we can. Right, I just want to be absolutely boofing him now to get that stuff down. Yeah. Alternating's quite tasty on here, actually. Like, we're not building up a lot of flux. Obviously we're not building up any hard flux because he's just not firing back, and we can just sit. Didn't even need the shield up for that. I could have dropped the shields to save on flux, but we're doing okay. Put a bit more pressure on. Hit the flak. Nice. He's overloaded. We'll go in for the kill. Oh, he's trying to back off. Oh, look at those secondaries go, man. When those sabos light up, they just annihilated him. Ah, okay. Cool. That's really useful to know. Yeah, see, that's the thing I haven't done a lot of in this particular playthrough yet, is really setting up, other than the hammerhead which I was flying before, I haven't done a lot of work setting up the other ships in my fleet to absolutely optimise them, and I need to do that. I need to spend a bit of time on it. But we're going to do something exciting first. So welcome on in, everybody. I see we've got quite a few people in already. So welcome on in if you're new. We like to do daft role-playing in stupid voices. If you're not new, you'll have heard me say this a million times, but this is non-min-maxed gameplay, and it is my first normal playthrough of the fabulous Starsector. And I feel like I'm doing a sales pitch for them every time I play this, because I love this game. And very soon there will be a drinking game, and that is going to be priority number one. Is every time I say I love this game, take a drink, because it will ruin all our evenings. I'm drinking tea at the moment, so we're safe. That may not last for the whole stream. We're going to do some bounty hunting. So, we're going to leave Hesperus. We're going to do some bounty hunting. And once we've hunted down this bounty, we're then going to make our tactical decisions for what tonight is going to hold. What have we got here? Unidentified fleets. Cool. Jump to hyperspace. Get that transponder off. Out we go. So yeah, we're going to go and take this bounty because it's really wrapping up the second part of what we were going to do at the end of last stream. But last time's stream went past about 20 past midnight because I was having so much fun, and we got a little bit tangled up with outfitting and practicing with the Manticore. And I think we're there now. I've not used it in a real battle, so that will be the absolute test, with ships coming from all angles and that slightly smaller shield arc, whether I have the skills to pay the bills. And the answer is definitely no. But we're going to get our new Manticore. Oh, I've not even seen one of these slipstreams before. I did not know how that worked. So the slipstream will take you... Oh dear, okay, that's a big fleet. Okay, we can't even e-burn now. Oof, right, this next slipstream's going to get us and take us the other way. Don't go in it, because they're going to try and follow us. Oh man. I sort of don't want to get caught up in the slipstream, although the slipstream goes all the way through here, because they look like they're just waiting on the other side, although they'll have been kicked off course as well if they've gone through it. So let's try and get out of here. If I go slower... No, I can't get out of it more quickly. Right. Ah, cool. Very good to know, thanks Karma. I've never used emergency burn before then. It costs you readiness, doesn't it? Oh no, yeah, yes, consumes fuel and reduces combat readiness. Well, fuel is not an issue for us at the moment. If anything, I overfueled a little bit. Wow, I slowed down way too much there. Yeah, if anything, I overfueled a little bit because I maxed out my fuel when we bought the little carrier. This is... Oh, I see. That's... Doing that, obviously, has disengaged my autopilot, which is a bit of a problem. I was trying to work out why I wasn't moving at all. Right, where are we now? This is Hadu. Where are we actually going? Oh yeah, this is us. So where are they? The target is located in the system. Bounty posting contains partial intel on some ships, that's fine. So it just says in the Beta Lenglota Forthanan star system. My reading skills are going to be challenged tonight, as is always the case with Starsector. But sometimes with these bounties it'll say, you know, orbiting a gas giant or somewhere near a belt or something like that, whereas this does not appear to, so we're just going to take it and see. Let's see what we get. So we go straight through Hadu, and presumably it's the next system down. Yeah, the orange star. I should be reading these beacons as well. Did I miss a sensor blip? You know what I'm like for not being able to scan the whole screen at once and know what's going on. That yikes makes me very, very nervous. Right, here we go. We're going in. I know I've probably missed an important blip, but I don't care. We're gonna keep the transponder off. Oh, we've got an unlight. Hey, with that, this is the boys coming straight for us. Perfect. Right, well, let's get sustained burn off, because I want to be able to outmaneuver them. Here they are. Luddic Path Fleet. This is definitely the fleet we're looking for. It was these 3 ships that were on the docket. So the Luddic Path Fleet manoeuvres to prevent you from disengaging easily. You did say that there was a risk taking on these Luddic Path bounties, that there were lots of other Luddic Path people in the area, but at least we are very close to the jump point. Does not appear to be certain of your identity. Any hostilities will have a reduced impact on your reputation. They've got a bounty on them. I am just going to go straight in and engage. And I think for this one, hey, Tomas in the house. We're going to do it, buddy. This is exactly what we're going to do. I don't think we need everything necessarily. We also need to be hiring more crew, because I have no other crew on ships. It's going to cost me more supplies if I deploy the Hammerhead and the Manticore, but I want to do it. I do like the Hound. The Hound's a bit of a beast, actually, with that big Gatling gun on it. Drone tenders, stuff it. We're not poor. Let's just deploy them and feel a little bit confident in what we're doing. And I think what we'll do is I'll just tell the Kite to escort me, and we'll go and see what trouble we can get into. They've only got 3 ships, and here we go. So the 3 ships are up. So we've got, looks like they've got their own Hound on this side. They've got a Kite on this side, which I'm not interested in. It's going to try and mess me around. I'm going to go and try and get in between these 2. You 2 can go and tackle the Kite. Try and keep it off me. It's demodded to all hell. Oh, I see. If I was going into that system, Karma, I would have investigated the beacon, but I just didn't want to go anywhere near the beacon because it looked like it was a nasty high danger warning jobbo. Right. Let's go see what trouble we can cause. I'm going to try for the middle ship for now. Where are we? We're quite close here, actually. Whoop, no, we've engaged. Yeah, I like the Manticore. The Manticore is good. Oh man, these guys are just barely worth the bounty. He's going to be killed by the Hound before we do it. Look at that, Hound just doing work. And we're going to salvage all of these because they are demodded so badly, even if any of them are recoverable. I don't want... we'll check out the demods on this Hound, but it's got damaged weapon mounts, degraded engines, glitch sensor arrays, increased maintenance, and ill-advised modifications. I think we can just take everything they're going to give us for these. So ship recovery, cancel it. I think we'll just continue. So we get 982 credits, and we'll pick through the wreckage, and we will take everything because we can. Good point, Karma. I don't think about the fact that there's ship variants in there that may well be worth checking out anyway. So we will certainly be doing that in future. We've got ourselves a few more supplies, which is good, because we look at that. Right, so Caliban has given us our 59k. We've improved our relationship with him and our relationship with the Hegemony. I love that the Hegemony likes us. Caliban is still neutral, despite the fact that every time we meet him, he's like, "Yay, let me buy you a drink. We love you, man." But in business terms, you know, we're still to prove ourselves to him, which is fair enough. Right, before we go any further, this is just a mad looking naked Luddic path system with nothing obvious in it, so we want to be getting out of here anyway. Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're going to jump. Now, I sort of want to know what that warning beacon is. So where are we now? So we're outside the core system, so all of this is presumably procedurally generated. Oh yeah, don't worry, I'm looking at the beacon. And I'm going to remember to pause while I look at the beacon as well, rather than trying to scan it while I move. Fully autonomous warning beacon contains a solid-state power system which enables theoretical operation and station-keeping half-life with an upwards range in the hundreds of thousands of cycles. The astute starship captain will heed its warning well. Let's go see what its warning is. The automated warning beacon emits a looping message. Danger! This star system is known to contain potentially active autonomous weapon systems. Access to this system by unauthorized parties is forbidden by Hegemony Navy Diktat 23224.34. Right, so active autonomous weapon systems. Is that a particular faction? Or is that just random drone ships? I mean, I didn't want to go there anyway, because we might get whipped. Oh! Tin Mass, you do not help. No, I'm not ready for the big lore. Tin Mass is like Dragon Guy in my early Battle Brothers days. Every time we met something, I'm like, oh, am I ready for this? Am I not ready for this? And every time Dragon Guy was like, you can take them, do it. Even with whether we could or not, and it was good fun. Now, we've still got plenty of fuel to get us back to the core worlds, and what we could do is we could explore a few of these other systems on the way. We've got this stellar jumpway, blah blah blah, slipstream, whatever it is. I haven't even hit it once. Yeah, low danger beacon systems first, definitely. Your faith in me is both astonishing and unfounded, my friend. And I love you for it. Oh, we got a black hole out here. Is the black hole system dangerous? Like, can you get sucked into the black hole? And does that crush you or take you to a whole nother dimension? And if that's a cool lore answer, don't spoil anything for me, that's fine. You can just say, do black holes one day, you're not ready for them now, or whatever. But I'm sort of interested. I want to fly my ship into a black hole, but I don't want to do it now because I've only just got this awesome manticore and it's ace. I think we're going to explore Beta Motley, the orange star system, and perhaps a few of these, and see if we can find some good scavenging opportunities on our way back. Yeah, there's one over here, one over here, one up here, and one over here as well. We've got a few black holes on the map. Oh, and one up here. So yeah, I think we're going to hit a few of these systems on the way and just see if we can find any interesting things to look at. Okay, cool. That's good to know, Karma. I was sort of worried that the moment I went through a jump point, I was just going to get sucked right across the system into the black hole and destroyed. Right, we're gonna explore a few of these and get back up into the core worlds. We might go back and talk to Caliban again and see if he's got anything new for us, because we've been out for a little while and we've done a couple for him. Brilliant, that's good to know. So let's set a course for Beta Motley and try and practice our navigation of slipstreams a little bit better. Oh, we got something out there. That sensor blip looks relatively static. Oh, we go into it whether we like it or not. Ooh, derelict condor. Always worth exploring. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not going to take any story points. Hyperspace derelict, it's only a condor, but we'll take what we can from it for now. we're actually pretty heavy on story points at the moment, but I'm quite happy with, and I know this is sort of fatal in a game that has so many different ships and variants and so on, but I'm currently very happy with my Manticore, so I might want to save some story points for some S-modding. I definitely want to get some elite skills. However, I noticed that we have a skill point that I think we meant to spend at the end of last session and never did. So this would be a good time to do that. Helmsmanship helps with maneuverability and top speed, although as a relatively slow ship anyway, no, definitely not. I'm one of those people that tends to hoard things in games more than I should. I tend to hold on to whatever it is, potions, spellbooks, little things. Instead of using them, I'm like, what if I need this later for some kind of encounter? It's fighting fantasy, choose your own adventure book logic. So I will be spending some story points, but 8 is way more than I need to be just hanging on to. But they're also useful to have. I do not intend to use story points to escape from encounters unless we're going to do something really cool and we just get an encounter where we're like, you know what, not now. I don't run from fights. We'll talk our way out, or we'll do a fight and run away, or whatever. But we'll see how it works. Let's just have a quick look. So top speed is only 80, right? So it's faster than the Hammerhead, but because the Hammerhead has degraded engines. The base on the Hammerhead would otherwise be 90. Yes, of course, Karma. And hey, dragon in the house! We got the absolute three musketeers here of Starsector already. I'm so pleased to have you in, boys. And we're in. We've been streaming half an hour already at this time, which is a blessing, and on a Tuesday as well. We're testing the concept. I am going to be trying a few daytime streams going forwards, as I mentioned on the Discord. And if anyone's on who's not in Discord and you want to know when we're streaming, streams have been a little bit erratic the last 2 weeks, largely because I've been ill. So I've been trying to get them in where I can, and I've missed a few because I just didn't have the energy. They will be going back to the sort of normal Monday, Friday evening. As of next week, I'm out Friday evening this week, so we will be doing a compensation stream as we go. But yes, that's what I thought we were doing, was we were going to go and take the gold skills right up to hull restoration. And yeah, gold skills I like, and I really like hull restoration, particularly on a salvage crew. I like these anyway. So bulk transport gives me more fuel capacity and cargo capacity and personnel, which I like. It's nice. Field repairs I really like, so you get 25% of hull and damage taken repaired after combat at no cost, and the repair rate is faster, which I think then reduces your overall consumption of supplies anyway, because the repair rate is quicker. Or does it take the same amount of supplies but over a shorter time? I'm not sure. But your recovered ships start off with better integrity too. But we're also able to jump straight up here. So ordnance expertise I really want. I think that should be our next skill, because particularly at elite, where you get the flux dissipation and capacity per ordnance point spent on weapons, that's going to really help my piloted ship, because I'm generally going to be in the bigger of the ships with lots of OP spent on weapons. And currently my Manticore has how many OP spent on weapons? 16 plus 3 lots of 4s, 28, plus that's 48 points. 48, so over half of my OP are spent on just my weapons and stuff. Yeah, you were saying that last stream, which is utterly irritating. But at 48, I would still get, what, 48, 24, 60, 72 extra flux dissipation, and another 960 capacity, if I'm reading that right, just for taking ordnance expertise. That's if I took it elite, but I think I would, because the one thing I tend to do is flux out. So I think we take ordnance expertise next. and then we think about we're going to have at least another one. Oh, thank you, love. Perfect. Yes, please. Yeah, we're gonna need another one, but I think Ordnance Expertise should be our next one, unless anybody tells me otherwise in the next minute or two. Yeah, I like all three of the first gold skills, and on different runs I have used all three. I think at the moment, bulk transport, we are not exceeding our transport capacity because we're not trading a lot. And fuel we're absolutely fine for in terms of range, so I'm not fussed about that, or personnel particularly. But wow, that's long. That's what she said. What's long, Dragon? Did I miss something? Yeah, I mean, I agree, Karma, and we're taking it. And I'm also going to make it elite. And I'm going to confirm, because we've got 7 story points, and I think the extra capacity is just an extra bonus. Rant away, my friend. It's what we're here for. We are a community of loving, caring individuals who love to hear each other's problems, especially regarding games. I have personal issues with League, and my main personal issue with it is I really like it. I love watching it being streamed. I love watching the esports championships, and I want to be good at the game and love the game. But every time I've tried it, I have failed to give it the dedication and learning I need to be good in any role or any lane, and I end up getting to the point where I'm like, yeah, it's taking up room on my hard drive, and I don't have time to be good at this. Years ago, when I had my YouTube channel, I put, oh, thank you, love. I had a YouTube series on sort of noob to hero League of Legends, and it never went anywhere because I never got better. Well, you know what the answer is, Dragon. You need to be playing more Starsector, because Starsector is badass. Right, so if we come out of here now, we have a quick look at our Manticore. Oh wow, our capacity has spiked. Our dissipation is now outstripping our weapon flux and even some of our shield flux. We are much healthier in this beast just from a single skill. I am very, very happy with that. So let's continue on our little quest, and I'm going to keep my eye out for those sensor blips, because, you know, hyperspace derelicts are a thing we should be looking for. We're a salvage crew. When we get to the next system, anyone who is following, who has not currently named a ship, I would say or captain, but we don't have any other captains at the moment. But if you are following and you wish to name a ship or captain, you are entirely welcome, and we have many ships still unnamed. We're going to e-burn out the slipstream. I should have e-burned earlier, but that did help. Nice. Excellent, repairs are completed. Now we've got a couple of jump points, and that one looks like it's got a planet near it. Presumably, we're going to find this out in a minute when I come in, are all of the... Ooh. There may be hostile people who are a possible threat to the fleet on the other side of the jump point. Yeah, I feel your pain, Dragon. Going backwards never feels good, but when you know it's going to take that much time and effort to go back forwards, that's a painful thing. Right, we're at our first juncture here, chat. Right, let's have a little chat vote. Let's throw some thoughts into this. Oh, Quest, my friend. Huge raid. Thank you. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. I am Farthest Goose. I am a generally I stream things like Battle Brothers. I'm hoping to stream a bit of RimWorld later this week, and a lot of Starsector at the moment because I love this game. I found this game through Quist's channel. I was watching a Battle Brothers stream and we raided Quist, and he was playing Starsector, and I was like, I have to try this game. And Quist has helped me learn this so much by watching his streams. So any of my streamers, any of my followers who are in chat now, who are not following Quist, and you want to see this game done well rather than the fumbling newbie stuff that I do, go follow him, because not only is he an excellent content creator, he's a lovely guy, and everything he plays and streams is a ton of fun and involves chat the way we do, you know, the naming captains, naming ships, naming members of his RimWorld colony. So thank you so much, mate. It makes a huge difference. We're only a tiny little channel. I've been streaming for about 3 months, and it is lovely to have everybody on board. Guys, thank you so much. I'm about to throw a poll up in just a minute because we're going to decide whether or not to jump into this system. But I've sort of made my decision. But chat will decide. Chat decides a lot of what we do, because the thing I love most about streaming is being able to have chat involved. Target Star, thank you very much, man. It's so good to have people chatting. I'm doing brilliantly, thanks, Chris. How are you, man? Was your stream good? I saw that you were streaming Starsector. I was like, I'm going to miss it because I was busy setting my stream up. But it's so good to see you. I hope you had a good stream. You must have been streaming for ages today if you're just finishing now. I'm really glad, mate. I'm really glad. I haven't been able to catch one of yours for a few days since you was one of the last RimWorld streams that you were doing. I've been unwell. I've missed my last 2 streams. I normally do a Monday and a Friday stream, with sometimes one in the week. Although if you ask the guys in chat, they'll tell you that there hasn't been one of the mythical midweek ones for quite a while. But I missed both Friday and Monday with horrible man flu this week, so I'm really glad to be back today and be able to stream some Starsector again. But I'm really glad you had a great stream. Right, I want to see if I can do you a shout out. I've never done this. I get so rarely get raided that this may or may not work. I don't even know if my bot is set up right to do this, but we're going to try it. However, no, it doesn't recognise the command. Damn it. How do I do that? Oh well. I'll work that out for next time. However, Dragon, thank you, buddy. I'd pressed the wrong button. Yeah. I tried a / I think, which hadn't really worked so well. But we need to get that going. So, like I say, everybody go and follow Quist, because the guy is a legend and does an absolutely lovely, family-friendly stream. Oh yeah, I don't think my bot's set up to do that well. Yeah, I'll mess around with my Streamlabs and get that working. But yeah, never mind, Dragon. It's our usual levels of success. It's like what happens when we go into combat, except we now have the Manticore, and the Manticore is shredding for us. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you to Karma for helping me set that up well. But yeah, I'm really glad, dude, and everybody needs to be following Quist and his stuff, because that is a lovely, chill, family-friendly stream that I really enjoy. Very good for new players. I've learned an awful lot about RimWorld and about Starsector in particular, and it's just a lovely place to hang out. He has a wonderful community over there of lovely, friendly people. Right, we'll throw a poll up very quickly on whether we jump or not, just because I want to knock the dust off my poll skills, but I am quite happy to jump into this system and see what is in here, because we want to explore the unknown. We're a salvage crew, and we're getting there. I think we're pretty confident that we can take whatever's in the system or run from it. So the poll is up. We're going to work out whether we jump in or not in a couple of minutes, and then we're going to explore these 3 unexplored systems on our way back to the core. Hopefully find ourselves some juicy derelicts, some nice salvageables, some awesome loot, and then when we get there into the core systems, we might go see Caliban again and get ourselves some more missions. But we're just starting to really feel out this. Where we go? There we go. My Starsector window vanished. Here we go. But yeah, we're just starting to find out this fleet. So for the guys of you who've just joined us, this is our current fleet. I had the most terrible starts. My first normal difficulty playthrough. Karma joined me for my first ever playthrough of Starsector, and I was playing on easy. And his advice was, don't play on easy because you'll get into bad habits. And it's advice that I took and actually has really helped me, because normal is not that scary and threatening, but actually the stuff I've learned in normal, I've become a better player. But when I started this playthrough, I had very few salvageable options in the tutorial, and of the stuff I had, the demods were not great, so I took very little. I thought I'll just try and dance through it with a hammerhead and a few other things. And my skills were not the best. We survived, and we've now survived to the point where we're doing well. Yeah, that's a very good point. I should have a vote first for what would you like on the poll, and then we could do another poll. What was your option? Was it read the text of the system first? Because that is your advice for everything. It is very good advice, and it's still advice to this day that I am not following regularly enough. There is so much hidden lore in this wonderful little gem of a game that I still need to stop and take a moment just to breathe and enjoy the game as it goes. Right, we got a couple of yes votes. We're definitely going in. Going through a different jump point is the most sensible approach to that, but I ain't no chicken. Plus, we've given them a bit of time. Not really, we've been paused mainly, but we're going in. Chat voted yes. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, we've got... Pirate Corsairs, and they're pursuing us. I reckon we can take them, boys. I'm up for pirates. You don't have to emergency burn for me, but if you want to, and take your readiness down, I am more than happy to accept it. Oh, should we have a little chat with them? The pirate fleet manoeuvres to prevent you from disengaging. Surrender yourself and your goods, and you'll be taking a very long walk out the airlock once I claimed your ship. I didn't even come up with a sexy pirate voice for this one. I need to get my role-playing back on point. This illness has knocked me sideways. Right, comlink cut. Let's go. Right, we're taking all the boys for this one. And we'll do like we did last time, I think. We'll have the kite escort us, and we'll just go and see what we've got to go play with. Now, they've got a lot more ships this time. And my ship recognition brain is still not quite what it needs to be. Is that a wolf? I'm not quite sure. There's a couple of those, wherever they are. And then, I think that's a drone tender. Is that the equivalent of... Yeah, it is, the one I've got here. We're going to go up the gut and try and do something with this. I think the Hound and the drone tender could smash the drone tender on this side and then come back in and support. We're going to make terrible tactical decisions. This is the other thing we do well on this channel. We learn by doing. So I am going to learn by doing and do badly, and then in the future do better. You can go over here, and I think the hammerhead, go up and just support them. We are going to go... That sort of leaves us going up the gut on our own if we're not careful. So I think we will skirt the outside and try and take this little flanking ship. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, it's a wolf. Oh man, I do love those sabos. They're so good. Ah! Get that going. I like that the shield is independent in terms of its arc of... I can't talk and pilot. These are new skills. I like that it's independent, the shield arc, of my ship's current direction, and I can turn the shield faster than I can the ship. Right, because it's useful for that kind of thing. Okay, that's one of mine gone. Right, we're in for some fun here, but we like fun. Fun is fun. Fun is fun, Millhouse. Right. Oh, that's one of mine. I'm busy trying to target my own ship, which is not helping me. Right. Bit more pressure now, please. Karma, this build you helped me come up with on this Manticore is pretty good. This one is still alive down here. Oh, this thing turns slowly though, and I'm not quite sure what's in the back of me. Oh, it would help if I wasn't flying backwards, wouldn't it? Oh, this is the classiest place to watch Starsector on the internet. All I will say is that some of our discussion and banter makes up for our terrible gaming mistakes. However, this fight has not gone too badly. So this was the first thing I asked Quist quite a while ago when I was watching him play Starsector, and I gave it a go. I said, should I be piloting manually, or is it okay to leave things on autopilot? Thank you, Karma. That's worth knowing. I wasn't really used to the shield mechanic, and that was very good. They're defeated. They're running, aren't they? Yeah, they're running. And Quist's advice was, try both. If piloting isn't for you, that's fine. But if you learn to pilot, it's a different set of skills, and it's quite fun. And I sort of forced myself to learn to pilot, and I really enjoy it. I'm really glad I did. I'm glad I pushed through and did it. And it's led me to a place where I enjoy the fights more, even if I am slightly less successful. Faster than fight. I like that. That's a nice name for a ship. We could pursue them, and to be fair, it's a Wayfarer, and our Hound will shred them, I think. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I've watched you pilot a whole range of stuff, Quist, and I looked at it and was like, look, I like sitting back with a cup of tea in my hand or a beer in my hand and just enjoying the drama play out and watching what my ships do. But it's way more fun to be in control, even if you're messing it up. That Hound is very badly battered. I think we might just leave this Wayfarer to disengage and disappear. I think we've shown them that we mean business and that they need to disappear. I want to salvage these ships because we could probably do with some supplies now. Let them go. Your ships make no move to pursue, allowing the enemy forces to withdraw without further incident. Salvage Chief reports that several ships disabled or destroyed during the battle can be restored to basic functionality. We didn't lose anything, did we? No, we've got bad damage on the Hound, but nothing got lost during the combat, so that's good. Let's consider some ship recovery. These are all going to require story points, and they've all got a pretty hefty chunk of D-mods on them. So for now, I think we'll just take everything. Ooh, what's this? Reaper class torpedo. Nice, small missile. One-shot torpedo. Yeah. Oh, God, thank you, love. I've not opened the first one yet. That's wonderful. As always, the Goose support crew is in full operation, and in preparation for the fact that the stream will run past, well, what are we on now? 7:15? As soon as we get past about 7:30 on a Tuesday night, I think a beer is legitimate. I have beers stacked up and bottles awaiting. But first, the tea will be finished. In true British fashion, we must have tea. Nobody can game without tea. Right. We've got a wolf left over after this. That was that on our salvage list? Didn't we salvage that? Well, we're going to salvage it now. Yeah, you go, Mr. Wayfarer. If you want to come back and try and take me on in revenge in a minute, you are welcome to do that. I really like how that Manticore performs. I was a bit hit and miss with it in the first simulation just because it was very different. Thank you so much for the follow. That is really good for a couple of reasons, Maple. One is, it means that we are no longer on the magic sex number in terms of followers. I think our follower achievements dropped, actually. I think Twitch has caught up with itself and we dropped down to 68. So you might have just hit the magic sex number again, but we've lost... In fact, we seem to have lost 2 followers in this stream. That's a sign of quality, so thank you. You're bringing the numbers back up. But we are pretty close to the 75 follower target, which is a nice big juicy one for me as a new streamer, so that is really good. Thank you so much. Anyone who's watching at the moment who is interested in catching the streams, like I say, I normally stream on a Monday Friday evening about 6:15, 6:30, 7 UK time, but I do quite often do either a weekend stream or a midweek stream. I was doing quite a few of those before the last couple of weeks when it's all gone a bit mental. The best way to find out when those impromptu streams are, or if we're going to stream early, and I might be doing a daytime stream of RimWorld on Saturday, UK time, so sort of much earlier. The best place to find out is in the Discord. So if you want to chat with some of these morons in my chat in great detail about, we have a huge Starsector discussion going on at the moment. Thank you so much, Maple, and thank you for chatting. It is great to have you on board. But yeah, if you want to find out any more about when we're running, what's going on, or if you want to talk Starsector, in the last couple of weeks I've persuaded Dragon and Tinmas in my channel both to pick it up, and we've been learning the game, the three of us, with great guidance from Karma, who's very experienced, and the Discord is currently full of lots of different discussions of how do we do this, what does that mean, where do we go here, but it's also the best place. I tweet out when I'm going to stream, but you know, the best place is definitely the Discord, because we tend to have a bit of a conversation about it on there, and when I post up and go, can't do tonight's stream guys, work's come up or whatever, then you can hear me get chewed out by people who are naturally disappointed that they can't listen to my silky smooth British voice. Let's see what we've got in this system, folks. We've got a makeshift sensor array, which I definitely want to go and have a look at, because the last one we fiddled with was awesome fun. And there's a comms relay. These are all pirate owned, so you know, we've met pirates in this system, so we know that there's a pirate presence and a nav boy. So is there potential that we've got hidden pirate bases in here? I suppose the sensor array would help us find out. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's just what I was thinking. And if we could sneak into said pirate station, we might be able to find ourselves some sneaky little rewards. So they're currently coming from here and heading out towards the Samara system. So maybe they've left their home base undefended. So we shouldn't have a massive pirate invasion here. They're all flying out. Maybe we can go and do a bit of pirate shopping. Read the intel entry for this base. Where would I find that? Is that on the system entry in here? So if I look at... I know there's planets in system, obviously, but we haven't found any of the... the map icon for... Oh! There's a massive thing for pirate base there. Quist, thank you so much, buddy. I really, really appreciate that. I've learnt a lot. I came to this game through you, and I've learnt a lot, but I've also enjoyed everything else I've watched you stream. So having you follow is a huge blessing, man. It's lovely to have you on board, and I very much look forward to catching your next stream. What are you streaming next? I know you quite often sort of split the stream and do two things, one after the other. Ooh, on the exact location unknown. Yep, nice one, buddy. Completely appreciate you coming in, and thank you so much for the raid. It really, really helps, and it's lovely just to have more folks in chat, and to have picked up a couple of followers. So you guys are the best. Quist, thank you so much, and I'll catch you on your next stream, mate. Have a good one. Pirates have established a base in the Beta Motley star system. Base serves as a staging ground for raids against nearby colonies. You have not yet discovered the exact location or capabilities of the base. Pirates operating from this base have been touting the Samara star system. The hegemony has posted a bounty for the destruction of the base of 40,000. There's only 2 days remaining on it. I cannot imagine we are going to be good enough to take down a pirate base. Even if it's got no defenders, I'm sure the base will just hack our fleet to shreds, especially at the moment, because our fleet is ever so slightly shredded. So I reckon, unless somebody else has... and thank you, Karma, for that point. It's really, really useful. I think if we can get out to the sensor and hack the sensor, maybe we can learn a bit more about the system. Yeah, that's fine. Right, let's go. How are we running? Right, we're running, at the moment, we're not running silent, but we are not sustained burn, and we have not got our transponder on, which is two things I'm quite happy about. We could run in the belts if we were worried, but at the moment I've not seen anybody else on the scan, and the makeshift array does not currently have any fleets protecting it. Built using the best technology available in the sector, a makeshift sensor array is nonetheless capable of passively monitoring the entire star system, and as a transmitter capable of real-time, faster-than-light data transmission to friendly fleets within. Data is useful to supplement the regular sensor readings made by fleets. So it's under pirate control. So we did this last time. No, they've definitely not. I've only played vanilla so far. I've not yet touched any mods. I thought I'd learn the base game, but do tell, the words industrial evolution make me excited immediately. And I sort of, in the back of my head, I want to build up a history of mods, or sort of a library of mods, just so that I know when I'm ready for a different sort of playthrough what I might start looking at. So I can overload to emit a neutrino burst, uncovering nearby slipstreams. Well, we found a few slipstreams already. We can hack it. We can introduce false readings. We're not really interested in that. We can try and take control of it, which they'll know about. So I think if we hack it, it sends confusing. Doesn't it send? Or did we do the false readings last time to draw people away from that target, and then we hacked it as well? Oh, apparently we've got ads. So anyone who's seeing ads, I apologise for that, but Karma, you don't tend to see the ads. I think we hack the thing and try and see if we can do some cool stuff with it. I think that's what we did last stream, but I can't quite remember. Hacking an array will surreptitiously... Of course it tells you before you, and then you get a choice of whether you do it or not. Yeah, I don't want to lose my fleet to fiery oblivion in the face of a base for the sake of 40k. Like, if it's a two-edged sword, because if they were offering 400,000, I'd also say, well, no, because that's going to be way too difficult for us at the moment. But you know, at 40,000, I can't imagine it's worth us trying to do it. Hacking an array will surreptitiously provide your fleet with the same benefits as the faction that controls it, so we will get sensor range as well. That would be very helpful. The hack will eventually be picked up and cleared out by maintenance subroutines, but should be very ineffective for 3 months. That's what I want to do. So we find some vulnerabilities. Our comms officer installs the data collection script and confirms receipt of telemetry from the array. Let's just leave for now and see if that's shown us anything more in this system. It's not shown as a base, but our sensor range has gone up. Let's go to Beta Motley 2 and have a little look, because we can spot pirate fleets at a pretty decent range now, because of we've got access to the boost from the sensors. I mean, it suggests, doesn't it, that the base is not going to be much higher, although I suspect by the time we find it, that bounty is going to have disappeared anyway. There are only 2 days left on it, and we're going to be drifting around the system seeing what we can find. So Beta Motley 2 is a barren world. Radiation from the nearby star ravages the surface of this world due to a lack of an atmospheric ozone layer, no significant geological activity, and no indigenous life forms. I don't want to survey it because it's going to cost us more than we can afford, and I also don't particularly intend to establish a colony on some pirate outpost system. So what we could do is we could end up just blasting around this whole system for days, achieving very little, burning our supplies, and not finding anything. What we could do is we could hit sustained burn. It's going to take our sense profile up, but not by a huge amount. We can always dip into the asteroid belt if we need to. But we can just have a little fly around and see if we see anything. Oh, we're in nebula there. That's useful. That's hiding our signals. Got some repairs completed. Aha! Right, we got something on scan here. Let's head this way. Oh. Ah, perfect. So we got Cerberus class combat freighter derelict. Let's have a look. We'll happily take the salvage for now. It's not a lot of salvage, but we need the supplies. I should be looking at some of these ships actually, because, you know, if the D-mods aren't bad, we've got plenty of story points. I shouldn't be defaulting to, you know, don't spend story points at this stage, we're okay. But had it been something a little bit sexier, I might have been more excited. This is the Nav Boy. Gives +2 burn level for in-system fleets. I am very low on supplies, you're right. Oh god, we're down to 81. Yeah, I think it's time we head back to the core worlds for a little bit. Sort out our fleet. We've done what we came for. We found a pirate base. I think it's time we dodge this slipstream. Maybe go to like Eos Exodus, and then we can come back and look at some of the other Motleys and Michonne. But let's get back to the comfort of some of the core worlds. I've still got Luddic shrines to look at, and we all know how I love a Luddic shrine. Oh, pirate activity is over. Take that, pirates. They've either lost or got bored. We're in a ring system. Ring systems do not cause collisions, correct? Yes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Autopilot, don't do your thing. I'd rather not fly straight through the sun if you don't mind. Oh god, I mean look at that, yeah, we're burning through supplies now. 100 times your daily consumption at all times. Yeah, and that's for the core. Yeah. A valid point, Karma. And we never know once we're sort of out how soon before we find the next system that's going to even enable us to buy supplies, never mind buy them at a reasonable rate. And short of wrecking a whole ton of fleets, which is going to cost us supplies, we don't quite know what we're doing. So let's just get going. Now, battle is a very important part of the game, especially when you have a badass manticore like the Goose's Fury or whatever I've called it. Also, if anyone is following and you would like to name a ship, then just let me know. You can also name captains, but I don't have any other captains at the moment. That's something we're going to rectify once we hit the core worlds. But yeah, we have a few ships named by chat. It's the same as we do for Battle Brothers, as we will be doing for RimWorld. Anyone following can name a pawn, can name a Battle Brother, can name a ship or captain in Starsector. We'll jump to the fringe. Let's have the transponder on for now, because I don't know what is on this part of the fringe. Right, we've got neutral guards. That's... we could take them, although they've got... yeah, they're not that interested in taking us on, that's fine. Right, so we're back at Hesperus. What? Am I confused? Oh no, that is where we came from, you're right. God, there's a lot of pirates coming in the middle here. So if we look at the Luddic shrines... oh, we haven't done Hesperus. I must have done Hesperus on a different playthrough. Oh, that was right. We went to do Hesperus when we did the satellite deployment, and they said, be patient, come back in a week. So I did not find the pirate base. I didn't do sensor bursts. That's the one thing I completely forgot about. Well, I mean, I'm always definitely confused, Karma. I was confused because I was like, didn't we do Hesperus already? We did, but we didn't visit the Ludic Shrine because they said come back in a week when you have learned patience. And we were like, well, we're going to do bounties anyway, so we have a week, that's fine. So we will go to Hesperus. I can never remember with the Ludic Church. I don't think they care about whether you've got your transponder on or not, do they? You know, it's not like you're playing against Tritachyon or any of the others. We know this place well. Right, I would like to take a put your teeth in, try some words. I'm going to take a shuttle down to visit the Ludic Shrine. Oh, guys, if you're new, we've had numbers coming up and down since the very generous raid by Quist earlier, which I massively appreciate. But if you're new and you didn't come in on the Quist raid, welcome on in. Do feel free to sit and join us. Pull up a chair, pull up a beer if you've got one and you're age appropriate. Pull up a cup of tea, if not, like any good Brit would. We're playing some Starsector. I love a bit of Starsector. I'm learning this game with the help of chat and the help of other streamers, and I'm just having the best time with it. It's become my sort of mainstreamed game. It was going to be a one night every few weeks we'll play a bit of Starsector because it's quite interesting. We were playing a lot of Battle Brothers, but this has just drawn me away because it's got so much depth to it, and the lore is brilliant, and we can roleplay in stupid voices, which I like to do. So do feel free to join us. Feel free to drop a follow if you want to name somebody. Feel free to join the Discord if you fancy it, or just chill out and see if it's for you. But I appreciate you all for being here. Traffic control gives you its blessing, and your shuttle descends towards the unforgiving surface of Hesperus. The planet is riven by glaciers like a network of scars on the battered hide of some ancient beast. Your flight path takes you towards one great canyon filled with a chaos of ice and stone, then a child branch over which walls of dark rock loom. Now and then you spot the crumbling remains of industry, and among the occasional lights of night-chartered enterprises and monastic communities. I read too fast for my own eyes. Around one last turn of the canyon, the shrine complex appears, a bright spire of habitats, towers and masts rising from the misty remains of a titanic atmosphere processing plant. Your trained eye spots the likely positions of heavy weapon emplacements, two clean cliff faces at convenient angles, the suspiciously level floors of certain hanging valleys. The landing bay antechamber is a Baroque Goth militant display of post-industrial salvage. Dead suits of power armour stand at attention, weapons proudly displayed. Glowing between rivet-encrusted arches are the scenes of battle and martyrdom done up in monastic panes formed of fractured gems, structural diamond and colourful lenses recovered from mining lasers or refractor inspection ports. The gallery is filled with parties of Ludic pilgrims dressed in traditional handweave, meeting with shrine attendants. We're going to ask to visit the shrine. Yeah, my last few weeks since holiday karma has been an absolute dredge-up nightmare. Like last month, I think I streamed about 15 hours. The 2 months before, I streamed over 35 hours. In fact, all 3 months before, I think I streamed over 35 hours, including my first 3-week month, which was February. I was over 35 hours. The last couple of weeks we've dipped massively through a variety of family circumstances, untimed illnesses, and the internet issues and technology issues that I wasn't anticipating when we went away for 2 weeks. And we did still stream while we were away, but it was curtailed and not as well planned as we had hoped. But we're coming back to it now. I've been tidying up some work post the holiday so that we can be in a position to stream more regularly and for longer, because this is my favourite night of the week. I absolutely love being able to stream with you guys and chat with people while we're doing some playing. Right, we're going to ask to visit the shrine. I love these little bits of artwork. I think they're such a nice little addition to draw you into the lore of the game. It doesn't take any more than that. It doesn't take any more than a little bit of descriptive text, and that image, it's theatre of the mind, it's role-playing 101. At your request, the attendant subcurate leads you through a brief ceremonial hand-washing and then down a long gallery. The flow of the curate's robes doesn't quite touch the floor. A welded field of armoured plates, weathered into intricate patterns by the varied atmosphere of a score of worlds on which the knights have fought and died. Niches along the walls are occupied by empty helmets. There they are. The shrine is a grand tomb set in an enormous air shaft. The industrial viscera has been transformed into a baroque sculpture of 1,000-edged weapons aligned like feathers of a wing, rays of gleaming serrated metal boldly thrusting in killing arcs through the vast space. In the centre, surrounded by a galaxy of flickering candles, lie the lead-lined caskets of a squad of martyred knights. The manner of their deaths, the subcurate explains in reverent whispers, left their bodies unidentifiable and infused with radioactive material which would kill a direct observer even to this day. You're left in a prayer niche to contemplate the horror. In the niche over, a young knight initiate gives you a challenging look. His head is freshly shaved. He must be very new to the order. "You're not a knight," he says quietly, making a show of looking over your uniform. "Nor one of us. Not really. Why are you here, Spacer?" "I am here only to see what is to be seen. Take that." Space Vegas. I really need to go back up the channel. There's been a lot of chat there. I don't think I deleted a sub-channel dragon. I think there may have been 4 because I was dragging a few things around at one point to get them all, but there should be a general Starsector chat, which is the one that we already had, so we didn't lose one. There should be a fleet ship and fleet fit one, and there should be a like game mechanics one, and then that all nestles under the Starsector heading, which is like the 4 headings, but there were only ever 3 channels. But if anyone wants another channel in Discord or wants another subsector for any particular game or topic, just let me know and I'll add stuff to the Discord. I want rooms that we can all be chatting in. But I noticed our original 1-channel Starsector thing was just an absolute mess of everybody's different games and different experiences, so I thought I'd break it up a little bit. I might add one for sort of cool moments and things that happen to people. I am here only to see what is to be seen. He takes a moment to pass your response. You can see it work across his face. Are you making fun of me? But the thought is dismissed, and you are filed under not a threat. He nods brusquely, then returns his gaze to the lead coffins. I'm supposed to contemplate their sacrifice. Horrible way to die like that. You're He glances at your garb again. Spacer, right? Ever seen that happen to anyone? I'm going to say yes, because it's not lying. He stares at you for a moment, then slowly returns his gaze to the Radioactive Martyrs. Great name for a band, that. Radioactive Martyrs. Subdued chanting, warped by the strange geometry of this cultic industrial space, blends with the air cyclers. The candles burn clean and bright, gleaming off the multitude of bladed facets adorning every surface, of the shrine's interior. A monument to sacral bloodshed. This is before I start drinking, so this is really going to go downhill. But we have been to Hesperus now. That gives us another skill point. We've hit level 4 and we have 9 story points at this point. We're going to leave the shrine. To be fair, Dragon, it was to start with, and then Tin Mask started getting stuck in, and I made the occasional comment, and it all just went to pot. So I thought, we'll break it all out, and then what we can do is we can mess up 3 channels at once instead of just 1. I mean, I think within reason, the more sub-channels we've got, the easier it is to organise what we're doing, but what I don't ever want to do is lose any of the content we've got in there and the discussions, because it's really quite good fun to have those sort of historical discussions of our fun times in Starsector, and everyone's playthrough is so different. I love hearing about what you guys are doing compared to what I'm doing. Ooh, okay, the outer moon of Hesperus. I am going to go and have a look at the outer moon of Hesperus in a minute. Before that, I'm going to spend a skill point, and I think we're going to put another skill point into one of these. Ooh, actually we can unlock some of the later stuff as well now. So, industrial planning is for colonies, and I'm not planning on doing any colony stuff just yet. Makeshift equipment reduces monthly supply consumption for ship maintenance by 50% or 100 units, whichever is lower. So currently, it would be reduced to 21 units. That is quite useful. And I require 50% fewer resources to survey planets. Also gives me remote surveying, preliminary survey on all nearby planets remotely, and the surveying equipment hull mod, which reduces resource requirements even further for surveying. So that is, if we were going to do colonies, industrial planning and makeshift equipment would work very well. Containment procedures. Oh, thanks, Karma. This is it. This is just what you were recommending. 50% less crew lost due to hull damage in combat. Definitely good. Reduces fuel consumption by 25%. That's useful. So we'd be 2.6 fuel units less. 25% more fuel salvaged. So that gives us, as a potential exploration salvage fleet, that gives us some really good range benefits. And really what we need to keep on top of if we're doing that is more to do with supplies than it is to do with fuel. And emergency burn no longer reduces combat readiness. Now that's a biggie. I've only started using emergency burn tonight, but we've used it a few times, and not having it hit our supplies. I like containment procedures a lot. Our alternatives would be polarized armor, which increases the effectiveness of armor, reduces damage from 85% to 90%, up to 50% armor for damage reduction calculation only based on current hard flux level. So the more hard flux you've got increases essentially your armor for the calculation. EMP damage reduced, and you could take a shield shunt hull mod which removes your shield but increases armor. So for armor tanking ships that could be really useful, but not particularly right now. Yeah, I mean, I like your point. We take containment procedures, we can then use e-burn like an idiot, which will teach me when and when not to e-burn, so that in other playthroughs, when we've not got that skill, or later on in this one if we decide to reassign that skill, we have a better understanding of it. Outer Arbiter, thank you so much, man. I can't tell whether that puts us up. We're not really keeping track very well on Twitch. Twitch keeps dropping and keeping followers. I don't know whether I am gaining and losing them today. We're back up to 69, which we've hit twice today already, and we hit in the last stream as well. But thank you so much. All follows, massively appreciated. And if you're following and you would like to name one of the ships in our fleet, and when we get some more, a ship captain, then as a follower you are welcome to do so, and I can show you the fleet if you'd like to see it, and you could name a ship. But yes, I agree. I think we take containment procedures for now because that's got some real potential benefits. And now, next level up, we have available hull restoration, which means that we're almost always recoverable if lost in combat. Ships lost in combat have 75% to 90% lower chance to increased chance to avoid demods, which is really useful. And a chance to remove 1 demod per month, which I suspect is a bit of a crutch for newer players when you're not as good at evaluating ships, fixing ships, knowing what to refit and so on, or restore. It just means you can fly around and hope to delete some of your worst demods and slowly get better over time. But that's very much going to help me as a new player. So I think we will take hull restoration as soon as it is available. I also like the 15% extra maximum combat readiness for ships affected by demods, which seems pretty sensible. Brilliant, thank you, Karma. That is very much worth knowing, because that's the other thing I'm not really aware of, is what are the alternatives in terms of boosting armor, and at what point does boosting armor not particularly help us. But we're good. We're rolling towards hull restoration, at which point we'll think about, I think, some combat skills, because we've not taken any yet, but these are giving us a little bit of sort of game boost. Derelict operations, deployment cost of ships reduced by 6% per demod, so your demod ships are cheaper to deploy. Hull deployment cost reduction also applies to maintenance, which is pretty good. Ships with shields, yeah. Mate, I'm dropping words like mad. You're still sick with that horrible disease I gave you through the internet, which shows you how bad it is. It must be a computer virus. That was my last terrible dad joke of the night. No, it's probably not. Yeah. To be fair, Karma, I got exactly what you were saying, because I think I misread what you typed so quickly and blurted it out that I accidentally got it the right way round, because you typed it wrong and I read it wrong. Between us, we're a perfect team, my friend. That's only going to get much more sensible and much easier to make sense of now that beer is involved. But I'm drinking out of my pirate skull mug. I've been playing a bit of Sea of Thieves this week, in a little bit of quiet downtime, only in about 10 and 15 minute bursts. I've not done more than half an hour of Sea of Thieves because I can't find the time at the moment, but I've been drinking out of my pirate skull mug while doing that. And although we're drinking out of the pirate skull mug tonight, we are not going to be doing much piracy tonight. We are well-mannered, law-abiding-ish salvage crew. I always trust chat, Karma. That's maybe that's to my detriment, but I think chat are wonderful people with great intentions. We've got a couple of things we need to do. One of which is we need to buy some supplies. Now, we've learnt a lot of things over our time in here. One of which is, if we go here and click on supplies, we know that Chico is the best place we can buy supplies. Ideally, because we should be able to buy supplies around 821. Chico's within our jump range at the moment. So if we were to look at the map, so this is where I have gone too quickly again. What am I doing? Go here, go there, go there. It's in Aztlan, of course it is. Which we need to go back to anyway, because we've not spoken to Caliban in a little while. So I think the next plan is to go back to Chico and absolutely stock up on supplies, in so much as our money allows us. But our money is looking okay at the moment. We're not looking bad. So if we go back to Aztlan, it's looking like it would take us about 75 fuel and 11 days at base burn. "11 days, what are we eating up? It's going to cost us at least 150 supplies, if not more. So we are going to need to pick up some supplies. Doesn't necessarily have to be this system, but at 60 I would like to pick up some supplies. I haven't looked for officers yet, but that's definitely on my list. Chico's a little way away, yes, because we took the mission from Aztlan, but I want to go back to Chico and talk to Caliban again and see if he's got any other sexy jobs for us. And I would like to do some supply stocking where we are. You are 100% right. But it was on my list. I wasn't ignoring that and forgetting it. It was going to be the last thing I did before I set off. But you're right, let's look for them now. So let's find out what Promise Demir can do. Hopefully he can keep his promises. So he has target analysis. So on his ship, he does more damage. I quite like target analysis, that's good. So he's going to do more to cruisers, more to capital ships. And if we were to make it elite, can you use story points to make skills elite on a sub-captain, or can you only do them as normal? Because target analysis, I think, is a skill that gets much better when it's been elited. Right, he's level 1, he's aggressive. So does that mean that... here we go. In combat, this officer will prefer to engage at a range that allows the use of all of their ship's weapons. Will pilot civilian ships as if they were combat ships, and will employ any fighters under their command aggressively. So I do like that, and we're definitely going to offer to hire him. What does he want? He wants a 2,000 credit hiring bonus and 900 a month. Sold. So we have our first crew member. There's two decisions to be made here. Okay. So yeah, you can only give him one elite skill at first. Right. We need to decide what ship he's going on. He's aggressive, so we want him on a beefy combat ship. We want him to be getting in range. Now, the Hound, for all the good work it does, has only really got one main weapon system and gets in range with it anyway. We want to be pushing... I think we want to put him on... Well, the Goose's Fury is still the Hammerhead at the moment. I think we want to drop him on the Hammerhead to increase Hammerhead damage and to get him slamming that Hammerhead up the gut into some folks and trying to get all its weapons in range and not just hovering out with the missiles. So let us assign him. If I mentor him, yeah, costs a story point, but he then increases his experience gain because I mentor him. Yeah, that's it. You need upgraded target analysis to be hitting the small ships. It's not really doing very much, but I like the fact he's aggressive, and I think he's going to take the Hammerhead to the next level for us, because we are Manticore boys all the way. So we've got a couple of things here. Chat, anyone in chat who's following can name any of these ships. So far, Beetlejuice Goose was named, I believe, by Karma. I named Goose's Fury when we first set off. I also named Salvage King and Yu Yank just while we were messing around. Paul's Judgment, I can't remember if that was named by chat or not. Yes, Dragon, it was by you. I was going to say that I thought was one that we did. So we've got a few named ships, but the Goose's Fury can be renamed because I am going to rename the Manticore Goose's Fury, because that's my ship now. That's where Bo Goose McCroy is. So any of these ships, the Hammerhead, God, you'd think I'd know some names by now. The Drone Tender, this little Mud Skipper, this little bad boy and the Hound, they are all up for naming, as is Lieutenant Promise Demir. You want to call him Shadowhunter? Okay, Tin Mass, you've got it. Do you want to name a ship or do you want to name the Lieutenant? I'm picking you, man, I'm picking you. As hard as I can. That didn't sound wrong at all. So you can either choose our new officer or you can choose the ship. A ship, okay. Well, in that case, let's rename this to Shadowhunter, because that makes it sound badass. Help I didn't have caps lock on. And this is now Goose's Fury. Look, that does look a bit like please lick me. No, I won't. That licking you is not a benefit that followers get. If you're subscribed, then maybe. But you know, that's a different matter. That's like my OnlyFans tier sort of benefits. You know, you want those, you pay for those. But you know, other than that, I'll wave at you in the street, but I'm not going to lick you. Shadowhunter is definitely a phase ship name, but we don't currently have any phase ships. What I will say is, if we get any phase ships, that's definitely going to be our new Shadowhunter. And we may even have Captain Tinmas aboard the Shadowhunter. That I think is the way to go. But if at any point anyone else would like to rename any of these, and particularly if anyone would like to rename Promise Demir, who to me has quite a ridiculous name. I like it, it's great, but I don't think Promise Demir sounds as aggressive as it should do for the aggressive captain of the current Shadowhunter. So we're going to come back to that. Let's get ourselves some supplies. So we were doing a few things, weren't we? We were looking at getting some supplies. Let's have a little look at what's in stock here before we start going mad and just disappearing off into system after system after system. Let's take a little look at what's on the market. So we've got some medium pilums. Ooh, hammer barrage. That's one I've not seen before. Large dumbfire rocket launchers. Lod's hammer. I like it. I do love a text file of ridiculous Starsector officer names. That sounds phenomenal, Karma. We'll find a number of those as they go up. But in terms of suggestions, I'm going to limit it to one suggestion per chat member at the moment. Because otherwise you three are going to name my entire fleet, which I have no problem with. But it's also nice for new followers, and we've got a few tonight, which has been fantastic, to be able to grab a few and name something and get involved. And feel bad when the ship explodes in a big ball of unrecoverable fire. Jackhammers are the sort of medium equivalent then of the hammer barrage. So if that's known as Lod's hammer, that's also known as Lod's hammer. So they've got, essentially they are the exact same weapon, because Lod's hammer is the actual rocket itself, and these are just the delivery system for the rocket. And the difference is we've got large and medium, so they fire different amounts and have different ammo levels. We got a ton of thumpers, which I like. The thumpers, they do a huge amount of spam, but they're fragmentation, so you know they're great against hull. They're pretty ropey against most other things, and they don't half build up some flux. Annihilator rocket pods, load of light autocannons, some Annihilator rocket launchers. Yeah, I've just sort of realised that, Karma. Thank you. I always forget with missile weapons. It's the key thing is about the missile you are delivering, and they will have the same stats. But if you've got a small mount, it will only have a little bit of ammo and fire a couple of them. They'll have the same range and the same damage as the big ones, but the big ones will have loads more and will fire loads more at once, which I think is a great little mechanic. What have we got in terms of mod specs? Extended shields. Increases shields coverage by 60 degrees, and if you S-mod it, increases it by another 60 degrees. So that would give me another 120 degrees. See, that is the type of S-mod that I think could be quite fun on the Manticore, because the Manticore has like a 180 arc shield, so this would give me almost full coverage on my shield if I S-mod it, and if I S-mod it, it's not costing me anything other than the 6k and the story point. I'm definitely going to buy that for 6k. Let's see what we've got on the black market. Black market, we've got a few Mark 9s, which I think we've got a Mark 9 knocking around in here still, haven't we? We didn't sell our Mark... No, we've still got a Mark 9. Ooh, large pilum catapults. Yeah. Oh, okay, worst hull mods in the game. Nice. Well, I was working on the basis that I had £6 to chuck away. Technically nearer to 8 by the time I paid taxes on it, but we'll make more money. This is why I struggle with working all the time and not having time to stream. We can make more money, it's fine. It's alright. When the streaming kicks off and I am a grand streamer who can retire on his fortune, we will play games all day long for 10 hours a day, my friends. 8 days a week. Ooh, so we got Typhoon launchers. Firing Reapers. Alright, then we got some lasers. Oh yeah, well I was only ever going to include that if I S-modded it, because I wasn't going to pay any OP for it. No, I'm not interested in paying OP to have an extra 60 degrees of shield. Big deal. all I really want is... It just gives you the 60 degrees, it doesn't actually give you any extra shield HP or anything, it's just giving you a wider shield. But yeah, I do want to collect all the hull mods, because that way I learn them. And that one, to me, if you S-mod it, there's no negative, because it's a low-grade cruddy one. And if you... once you've got it, if you S-mod it, all it's costing you is a story point, no OP, and then you get even better. Surveying equipment mod spec, you're absolutely right, Karma, well spotted. Reduces the heavy machinery and supplies required to perform surveys, depending on hull size, down to a minimum of 5 for each. That sounds like it could be pretty good, and increases the survey cost reduction by 100% if you S-mod it. Right, so it basically doubles the reduction if you S-mod it. Yeah. So that could be very good for surveying planets and stuff. And with it being black market, we're not paying tax on that either. And the other one is augmented drive field, increases maximum burn by 2, and you can S-mod it for another level of maximum burn. I do like both of those. I don't want to spend all my money just because I finally got money. I haven't even looked at what ships are available here yet either. You know, we need to be looking at all markets. We've got pulse lasers, heavy mortars I've seen, so we've got small pulse lasers and mediums. Hull mods granted by skills can be found any other way. Skill just gives you the mod spec if you haven't already learned it. That's really useful then. So what we're saying is... where's surveying equipment? Wasn't it in one of these? Yes. Yeah, so if we took makeshift equipment, we would get the surveying equipment hull mod, but we can also just buy it off the market and not need to spend the skill point to get this skill if we don't want it. I actually quite like this skill because I like the reduction in monthly supply consumption. But it isn't one I'm going to prioritise after we've got hull restoration. At that point I think I want to start looking at some of the other skill trees. So it probably is worth picking up survey equipment. I would probably pick up augmented drive field as well. The main reason is that, again, I'm not particularly interested in massive burn fleets right now, but if in the future I was, it would be nice in this playthrough to have access to it so that we're good to go. Here's a question: do you get duplicates? So do you get mod specs showing up on here that you've already learned, or do they only ever have 600 credit if you take it before finding the mod spec? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like both of these, I really do. So right, you often find duplicates, but they can be sold. Okay, that's cool. Because I was thinking, I know that a few people were saying in the last stream, some of the newer followers were saying, I think Cold Fury was saying that he only ever really uses mod specs that he finds out in the world, surveying and stuff. And I was wondering if by buying most of the mod specs I'm finding, because I want my collection to grow so I can learn the whole mods, I'm sort of dooming myself down the line. What I don't want to do is, if I find one I already have and I forget that I've already bought it, will it tell me that it's a mod spec or a whole mod I already have on the market, or do I need to be aware of what I've already got before I just start going, yep, those are good, buy them, and then find I've bought a duplicate and then can only sell it at a loss? But yeah, as long as I can sell the ones that I've already got, I don't mind. Cool, that's fine, that's fine. Well, I think I'm going to pick up both of those. We've got some nice weapon systems on here, but nothing that I'm desperate for. Ah, that's a good little visual indicator. Thank you, Karma. Very, very helpful. We've currently got no suspicion level. We could raise our suspicion a little bit by buying some supplies here on the black market, so we're not paying tax on them. And mind you, by the time we bought these two, our suspicion level is going to be pretty high. They're not going to find anything on us that's illegal. We are in Luddic Church space, and really they don't like AI cores, do they? Drugs, organs, luxury goods and AI cores. Well, we've not currently got any of those things. And if we're going to be going to hegemony space, we're not likely to be trading in many of those things either. And they're not going to have luxury goods, I wouldn't have thought, on a Luddic Shrine world in great degree. So I'm not so bothered by those. So these are going to be 106 per unit as well, as they always are, but they're no tax. So if we were to buy these two plus, whoa, I've just bought all the actually all the supplies isn't terrible. It's going to whack up our black market suspicion. Yeah, no worries, Karma. That's absolutely fine, mate. I look forward to you rejoining us. And just thank you for being here, man, because I know even just sitting watching a stream can be challenging when you're not feeling well, particularly when it is a stream a bit like one of mine, where it's a bit chaotic and I'm learning the game and you're putting a lot of work in to help me with it. So I really, really appreciate you being here. Right, let's learn these two. That's a couple more mod specs. Also, we can sell the metals because they're taking up space. They never sell for a huge amount. Sell them on the black market, get a bit of money back, and now we've got extreme black market suspicion. Presumably that follows us around between systems. Now, as long as we're not transporting anything illegal, I'm not particularly bothered about that because it will decay. But for a little while, people are not going to like us. Now, we've got fuel for days. I think we go and see Caliban. Before we do that, have we got anything that we could trade to the hedge? What are they going to want to buy? Because we've got a bit of cash going spare here. I'm just looking at this in the quick, easy way before I start diving in. I don't think there's going to be a lot here we're going to be able to buy and turn a huge profit on in any of the stations we're going to. So I think we're all good. Right, we've hired an officer. This is a good thing. All our ships are nice and fully repaired. We've got plenty of supplies. We have easily enough fuel to get us where we want to go. We're going to Aslan, where we can buy even more supplies, and we can go and have a little chat with Caliban and see if he's got anything more juicy for us for us to be doing for the rest of the stream. Let's have a look. Oh, we got 15 minutes before ads as well, so we're all good. Oh yes, thank you, Karma. We're not just going to belt out of this system, we're going to look at the moons. It is so good to have you here, my friend. I'm going to have a quick read here and then I'm going to go and have a look at them. So I'm going to call it KX rather than sex. Sex? Oh, sex. The barren, bombarded world. A captured dwarf planet which holds the largest concentration of military facilities in the EOS Exodus system. The Knights have appropriated and extended vast subsurface ship facilities, armories, barracks and all in the training, administration and housing facilities one would expect at the home of the Luddic Armada. The administration of Saix and Hesperus is shared in the office of a single presbyter orbis. I'm a child. That's interesting. I am sure we didn't have our transponder on when we docked. And then we did look at Daedalon, which is obviously in a radiated world. So that's the site of the former research base operated by Tritachyon Corporation. A massive containment failure released a highly energetic and seemingly self-sustaining process or object which melted into the crust, leaving a plume of strange radiation which spews exotic particles to this day. The moon is abandoned of all human activity but for a network of orbiting hazard beacons maintained by the Knights of Lud. Right, I want to go and look at all these things in a little bit more detail. Now, we've got extreme black market smuggly stuff. That's fine, you can scan away. Oh, they found suspicious cargo. They find no overt contraband, but there's enough suspicion of your involvement in black market activities, I didn't even realise this could happen, that the patrol commander is not appeased by this. Prepare to receive a boarding party who will be conducting a very thorough hands-on inspection. You consider it very likely the inspectors will do some small, but just borderline excusable damage to the combat worthiness of your ships during the course of this thorough inspection. I think we'll comply and prepare for an inspection. We've got enough supplies that we just bought illegally on the black market to repair the damage. As you half expected, several of your ships report minor but painful losses of operational capability. Fortunately, the inspectors seem to be more interested in causing accidental damage than looking for actual contraband, so no questionable cargo was found. So the Beetlejuice Goose lost 12% combat readiness, the Hound lost 8%, and the Salvage King drone tender lost 12%. Fine. You do what you gotta do. They assume a neutral posture. They're aware of your identity as our transponder has been turned on. That's fine. We will leave. Thank you very much for disciplining us. We deserve what we got. Presumably we can't... Oh, we can go to the moon. Your fleet approaches 6. Paranoid whispers of military comms echo around 6. Subsurface, citadels and fortifications betray their presence by the invisible glow of heat dissipation nets blooming outwards across the scarred moon's surface like targeting grids. And in the middle under the moon it says 6. Right, I'm done now, I'm done. Let's have a look at data log. You have full survey data for this planet, which means we could establish a colony. Excellent, we're not going to do that because they'll all die to the irradiated plumes. Let's have a look at the warning beacon. This autonomous warning beacon emits a looping message. The world is corrupted by technological sin, and its abomination stands testament to the result of straying from the path of virtue. Trespass is forbidden. Any who scorn this warning shall become both corrupt of body and outlaw by the holy justice enforced by this order of the Knights of Lud. Right. So the Knights are not happy that the planet got ruined, the moon got ruined. And they are stopping people going to the irradiated world. So presumably they'd be very unhappy if I tried to establish a colony there of people who would then very, very quickly die. Oh, the warning beacon has a custom message. Thank you, Karma. I saw you all look at the moons and then I got excited looking at the moons. And then acted like a child for 10 minutes while one of them was called 6. Who are these boys? Oh, it's the neutral guarding picket yet again. You do what you gotta do, boys. Jump to hyperspace, please. Get that beacon off. Who have we got here? Mercantile convoy, that's fine. I think we'll have a bit of sustained burn at this point. Oh. Somebody's e-burning on somebody. That is Hegemony chasing someone down. Right, I'm keeping myself aware. This is not a time for relaxation. This is a time for looking for sensor pings and hyperspace derelicts. Ooh. Oh, we got Luddites. Luddic Church Faithful. That's a faithful church convoy. Probably all singing hymns.
Lud loves us. Lud is good. We love Lud.
Oh, what we got there? What we got there? Oh, they vanished pretty quickly. They've obviously gone into Duzak. Oh, Kennedy Polis. That's some kind of Scottish police outlaw. Transponders on. Let's go and see first off what Caliban's got for us, and then we might hit up Chico. We're gonna hit up Chico. What am I doing here? I'm not even looking at the map. Coatl, please. I love that Karma. Nothing's black and white, it's all shades of grey. Yeah, I think the game is so nuanced and so beautifully well done. Right, let us head down to visit the dockside bar. Oh, we don't need to... We hit the dockside bar the first time. What we need to do is open the com directory now. Right, so we've got no additional officers here, but we can talk to Caliban. Do you have any work for me? Let's see, some new targets have come up on the docket, he says. If you take a look, handle one of these bounties, might just get the brass off my case. We might have a look at the bounties in a minute. I have a surplus destroyer available. Military grade hull, good quality. We're definitely going to have a look at that. Commander's assigned me a somewhat atypical extraction mission. Due to public political implications, it's best performed by a mixed capability independent such as yours. So how about it? I've forgotten what Caliban's voice was. I don't think it was too far off that. I think he was a bit bombastic and upper class, but he'll get a different voice every week, I think. Let's just have a look at the destroyer first. Enforcer class destroyer in good condition. No D-mods, 19k Enforcer. That to me sounds like a bargain. I want it. We're having this. Absolutely. The hello and goodbye. Oof. I don't think I've ever run a cruiser tin mass. I like that Caliban is really friendly with me for taking that off his hands, and I've basically got an absolute steal. That's amazing. Surplus hull deals like 30% market price for a destroyer. Here's me swapping ships again. Love my Manticore. That lasted for half a stream, didn't it? Let's have a look at this atypical extraction mission, because we're lugging around 100 marines that we could do an extraction with, and we haven't done a marine operation yet. I want one. He'll do your deal, mate. Captain Bo Goose McCroy, he says. As I said, we need the agent extracted from Chalcedon. Commander's authorised a payment of 68,000 credits for a successful mission. Of course we need 50 more marines than we've got now, every blooming time. It's like, oh, well, we needed 70 for the last one, so we bought 100 just in case, and then now we need 150. The situation is in enough of a mess as it is. He pauses a moment, some hidden frustration. Oh, I completely missed the middle paragraph there. The Oppo may be expecting you. I suggest you go in quiet, because as you know, it's Luddic Path Colony. Ooh, going to upset the Luddics. The situation is enough of a mess as it is. He pauses a moment. Some hidden frustration. We do, however, have a fair piece of intel on their defensive capabilities, Scene Key says, fingers moving rapidly to transfer a data file for your inspection. A detailed tactical report. You quickly review the contents and estimate you'd need around 150 marines to carry off the operation. 68 grand, 150 marines. We're going to have to find 50 marines to buy from somewhere. But I do want this mission, because I haven't done an extraction yet, and it's a sneaky old extraction. We could go and mess with sensors again and what have you. And I'm enjoying exploring the Luddic Path and going to the Luddic Shrines, but we've been very non-committal with them so far. You know, we're definitely not Lud sympathisers. I'll take on an extraction mission. Yeah, pay me a bit of money to pay off that ship I've just bought and I'm about to try and fit, which could be all sorts of fun. We've got 120 days to get this guy out of Chalcedon. Let's just have a look at the bounty docket. I'll have a look at the middle difficulty first. That's one of the entries to enlarge the report. Face scowls at you from an arrest hollow. This one's a pirate hiding out in the Ishka star system. That's 29 light years. Bloody hell, that's a long way away. He's had a falling out with an associate who talked. That gave us enough information to confirm the intel. The reward is 76,000 credits and you'd have 120 days to carry out the job. Oh look, he's got an enforcer. If only we had something vaguely similar. I reckon we could take those boys. 120 days. We head out towards Chalcedon, but then we've got to go a long way out. We're going to need supplies for days. We're going to have to burn a lot at Chico while we're here to get anything like the supplies we need. But 76k is pretty tasty. Yep, I assume you've already gone, Karma, but I'll see you in a minute, buddy. I'm saluting a lot tonight. I'm feeling very militarily inspired by Starsector. Guys, those of you who are still here, anyone who's not following, if you want to name a ship, if you want to name a ship captain when we get some more, we've got one that needs naming already, do feel free to drop a follow. You can do all of that. If you want to know when we're streaming, our stream schedule is going to settle down in the next few days, but I'm going to experiment with some more sort of longer during the day streams when I'm a little bit quieter with work. I tend to do most of my work in the afternoon. Then feel free to jump on the Discord, and I will repeat that in a few minutes because we apparently have ads. Let's talk about one of the other targets briefly. The more manageable one is cheaper, it's just as far away, and it's a waste of time. Look at that. That's not even a fight. I want to ask about one of the others. What's the more challenging one? 120k, quite a long way away. Now that's a fleet. Modified pirate freighters, 2 Colossus Mark IIIs. Be nice to get ourselves a pirate freighter. 12 small ballistic and a couple of fighter bays. And then we've got a Shrike, carrier, we've got a Buffalo, then a freighter and an assault frigate. It's mainly a cargo hauling job. If I decline that and ask, yeah, I'm not sure I want to fly all that way out right now. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll need to think about that. Cut the comm link. The first thing we need to do is head down and have a look at this absolutely pristine beast. So it's got no inherent hull mods, it's got a good chunk of hull and a great fat wodge of armour. It's got decent flux capacity and dissipation off the bat. So let's have a look. Sensor profile and strength are both pretty good. It's got an Omni shield, 150 degree arc. So what have we got? We've got 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 medium ballistic turrets and 4 small missiles. So in terms of medium ballistics, we've currently got, and the system is burn drive, provides a massive speed boost at the expense of being unable to turn or use shields. Collisions can cause a flame out while the system is active, so ramming speed. Nice, ramming speed, no shields. Oh yeah, it's got a ram on the front as well. That sounds like that's what it's built for. Right, anyone who had an ad, welcome back. You're now ad-free since '93. Ad-free for another hour or so. We're all good. We're all good. Yes, anyone who missed that, jump on the Discord if you want to join in more conversation about Starsector and learn when the random streams are going to be happening. My aim is to up the volume of streaming. Typically I was doing about 35 hours a month, which is about right for me. I'd like to get to about 40 a month minimum, but the last couple of months have been very low. I've had holidays, I've had illnesses, I've had a number of things that have knocked our streaming schedule out of whack. So one of the ways I'm going to up that is try and include at least an extra stream a week, and as we play with that setup as to where that extra one goes and how it fits in with our Monday, Friday sort of bracket the week streams, we will be posting that on Discord so you'll know when we're live. Obviously, if you're following, then you should be getting notifications anyway if you want them. So we currently have heavy maulers. That's anti-armour. As are the chain guns. The auto cannons are the big auto cannons that are anti-shield. For sale here, those are large mounts, aren't they? And we've got medium mounts. Oh, let's have a quick look at these. What have we got? Recovery shuttles. Reduce casualties suffered by fighter pilots by 75%. I like that a lot. Not really relevant to our current fleet, but we may end up with fighters in the future. And that can help us with fighter replenishment and stuff. Makeshift shield generator has never really appealed to me. Slapping an inefficient shield generator on a ship that doesn't have a shield. Yeah. But we'll take that. Oh, sorry, love. No, I'm fine, thank you. I'm still not open my second one. It's a good job I left a bell, isn't it? Ring for attention.
It's off around my ankle for tonight.
Well, you know, I like to know where you are at all times, but you know, I put it up there for this evening so that I could ring for assistance. Help, beer, please. Yeah, yes, thank you for the beers. My #1 subscriber and follower. Right, we're going to grab that while we can. In terms of weapons, there's not a lot here. We've no suspicion in the hegemony black market at the moment. That's a large ballistic weapon, the Gauss cannon. Right, medium ballistics, hypervelocity drivers. They have got range. How many are on here? 4. So we couldn't fully equip the thing. They're anti-shield weapons. They take 13 ordnance points, which works in our favour. We want to blast a whole load of ordnance points into this thing because it will give us more flux benefits through one of our skills. We've also got more heavy maulers, and we already have some heavy maulers, don't we? Or was that what we were already seeing in the purchasables? That's the Devastator cannon, which is the large ballistic anti-fighter cannon. We've got a couple of the arbalasts already. That's all we've got though. There aren't any on the market. And we can't access hegemony... Oh, we can access hegemony military actually. Oh, and look, we've got Marines on the market here. Did we say we would do the Marine mission? I'm pretty sure we did. I'm already too desperate to fit this thing. Yes, we did. So we need 50 more Marines before we do anything else. Let's buy them legitimately. 50 Marines is going to cost us 12k. Perfect. Done. Sold. So we've got the Marines we need to do our extraction mission, which is our next priority. My challenge here is to try and get a jury-rigged fit on this before Karma comes back, so he can come back and go, what the hell did you do to that enforcer? It looks rubbish. Because that's how I learn. So what we were looking at was these bad boys on the black market, hypervelocity drivers, which I really like because they've got smacking range, and the missile support tends to have very good range. They generate a ridiculous amount of flux per shot, but not much per second, so they only fire once every 2 seconds, and they don't do a huge amount of damage, but they do also do 400 EMP damage, so they're designed to overload and disable enemy systems from range. Right, so it's quite specifically there for disabling engines and weapon systems from a massive range. So you wouldn't want a full rack of these anyway, but a couple of them plus 3 of the arbalest autocannons might work quite nicely. We could almost have these on manual to start pounding some stuff. What would we put into the small missile hardpoints? So I really like the Sabo missiles for pressure. They've done a lot for us, and if we put the expanded racks on there so that they had 6 ammo per small rack, and we've got, because they're only firing, they're firing 5? That's not right, is it? Oh no, that's because they fragment, don't they? Yeah, they fragment into 5 sub-munitions. Well, what we can do is we can test this, right? We can drop all this stuff on here and test fly it and work out whether we like it before we then commit. So what we could do is on here, we've got 2 of these available in the cargo hold. Buying legally, we could also buy, there's a ton of heavy mortars, 11 available on the open market, but they're all anti-armor weapons, so it's like a finishing ship. The top speed of it is achingly slow. It's going to crawl its way up there, but then when it gets there and gets stuck in, it can start grinding some stuff. We kind of want a mix, don't we? We want to be able to knock out some shields. We want to be able to then knock out some armor. So we stuck 2 autocannons on it. And if we want the hypervelocity drivers, we're going to have to get those from the black market. There's 4 of those available. On that basis, tell you what I'd like to do. Let's just test the hypervelocity drivers and see what they do. Because I've no idea. They do some shield damage, but I've no idea if doing 4 of those is just massive overkill. What did I say, chat? What did I say? Yeah, I know, it's a ramming ship. It's got a big boost that you fly into people. Thank you for highlighting the message, just in case I didn't see it. Sorry, Karma, I was lost. Yeah, I said to chat, I need to get this fitted and tested before Karma gets back, so he can come back on and say, what the hell have you done with an enforcer? That looks terrible. So here we are. Yeah, it's got a great big ramming prow on the front, and it's got the boost thing where you can get a massive boost without being able to turn or use shields. Collisions can cause a flame out while the system is active, so presumably that means that if I boost into somebody, I can smack them seriously hard, but then I flame out my engines and I'm floating, and until the burn drive is off, I suppose that flames out the burn drive so I can then put my shields back up. So I assume that's what it's for, so I should then have loads of close range stuff so that I fly slowly in and then boost. Because I forgot, I looked at the top speed and I missed the 2 things. Also, I figured if I boosted straight into the enemy and couldn't put my shields up, I'd just end up in the middle of everything and get swarmed while the rest of my fleet was catching up. But yes, you're right. So the idea is that you boost it into the middle of a fleet, you whack up the shields, and then you just start unloading with relatively short range, high damage stuff, not a load of hypervelocity drivers. Good point. Well made. So the autocannons are going to take down some shield. Now that I didn't realise, thank you Karma, I didn't realise that you could hit to turn the system off early, so you can just use it to get into position. Perfect. So if we had a couple of these on, which is what we originally did, that gives us an anti-shield option. Then we've got a load more medium turrets. The Maulers would give us an anti-armour option, although at a greater range. Not a massively greater range, it's not the end of the world, but we've also got... I do quite like Needlers. Also short range anti-shield. We'd be really flooding the shields here. But what we could do is put annihilators in all the light slots, so we overwhelm the shields and then we just spam annihilators the moment they overload or their shields drop and just rip the armor to shreds. Annihilators are quite cheap. I sort of want to flood this thing with a decent amount of OP on the weapons because the autocannons aren't cheap though. They're not very expensive either. So we've got a couple of anti-shield options there. We haven't got any more autocannons or any more available in system, I don't think. But we could put some needler or a needler on as a bit of a jury rig just to try and get more shield pressure from the weapons. And again, Karma, all input is totally appreciated, but I'm going through my thought process out loud on stream so you can see the bits that I'm starting to get and the bits that I still really don't get. We could stick, I was thinking we could stick 3 or 4 anti-shield options and maybe an anti-armor option just to be keeping pressure in the medium slots, and then we've got an anti-armor option even if we run out of rockets and stuff. The thing I like about the annihilators in the low slot is we could also stick expanded missile racks on here to give ourselves that additional bonus. There's also, what was the ballistic damage mod that we had on here? These are all turret mounts, aren't they? So we can increase the turn rate of these turrets. Only these 3 have got a complete front arc. And that, so like, that's got a front arc. That doesn't really, and that doesn't really. So the 3 that I'm really interested in are these 3. Right, good call. We're going to get a tiny bit of help with flux because of the what's-her-face skill, if we can get enough OP in here. But yes, I mean, we're already getting ordnance points pretty stacked. So these front 3 are the ones that I'm really interested in getting right to start with the 2 side ones being important a bit later on. I think so. I mean, the Thumper's flak, isn't it? Oh no, Thumper's fragmentation. Yeah, there's 2 dual flak cannons, which I could put on the sides for point defense. So if we went with a flak cannon, I could be wrong here, but I was thinking we'd put... And I know what you said earlier as well, Karma, that if you get in range, you can still be using them for putting pressure on. Oh right, not the Widowmaker. I don't think we've got any regular flak cannons. Oh yeah, no, you're right, there's 1 available, 1 flak cannon. Which actually, if we mounted that up front, let me just think about this, but if we had 1 flak cannon, short range, but it's mounted right up front, so it's got the front arc, which we're hopefully going to be flying in, for taking out incoming stuff, and also applying frag damage to the hull once we're through the shields. Yeah, because the Widowmaker's like 18 ordnance points or something like that, rather than the 8 of the normal flak. So we could have 1 of those. And then on the sides here, I guess it's slightly less important because the arcs aren't as good. So if we remove these... See, at the moment, I can't imagine us ever fluxing out, because we've not put any dissipation on yet, and we're already hitting quite nicely. Really? Now that's good, because I love thumpers, right? And I've got 2 thumpers. They do generate a heck of a lot of flux. Would you stick the thumpers up front, or would you put them on the sides for sort of a little bit of side pressure in this sort of semi-front arc as stuff moves? Because I'd have thought having the shield pressure up front as you're going in, given that all these at the moment are applying armour pressure, however we could switch to a Sabo or something that's applying shield pressure, have the thumpers up front for dealing with the armour, and then we've got the flat cannon for dealing with hull. I love going through this process. I know that this doesn't necessarily make the most interesting stream for people who know Starsector, but as a new player, learning this fitting process and getting feedback from experienced people is really useful for me, because it helps shape my thoughts and playstyles. So at the moment I've gone for anti-armour on these, thinking I was going to go anti-shield with most of the medium ballistic stuff. Oh, it's definitely going to be a jury rig. This is not my final build on this, but I'm trying to make it as efficient as we can for now. I'm obviously going to run a simulation on this because I want to try it and I want to do the boosting and stuff. But I'm not going to be flying this. I am very much in the Manticore. I also think this might not be a bad one to stick our new aggressive captain in. We've got 2 thumpers. I've got 2 in the cargo hold. So we can definitely do that. Oh, 5 thumpers. Yeah, so we're now building a reasonable amount of flux, but that's fine. So if we start venting this thing out, our dissipation is alright. I'm not saying this is what we do, but our capacity max is at about 8,000. So before we start looking at other hull mods, let's just see how this thing plays. Actually, before we do that... Oh, right, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's just have a look at our weapon groups, which are all over the place. At the moment, we're going to have the Annihilators all linked. We're going to stick them in one, then we'll have the Thumper, then we'll have the 2 Arbalests. Sorry, what am I doing? Thumper, Arbalest, Flat Cannon. They can all be automated. I'll take control of these. I mean, Thumper is the name for it. I love the idea of having 5 of these bad boys. They generate an obscene amount of flux when they're all rocking. But they're not all going to be in arc at all times. Only 3 of them are going to be in arc consistently, if I'm flying it anyway. The Academy? I could totally do the Academy. Did we say we're going to the Academy? I may well have done. I don't remember. Let's try against our old nemesis. Right, so we're firing an obscene amount of Annihilators for when the armour goes down. Ah, is that because Karma said we should go back to the Academy? I can't remember why we said we'd do that, but it sounds cool. Oh my god, look at that. Now we're fluxing out like a beast. That's my problem with Thumpers, right? They always overflux. Massively. Massively. Like 2 Thumpers is fluxing us out. I think 5 Thumpers would just be ridiculous again. Welcome back again, Karma. I, at the moment, struggle to see how you would manage 5 Thumpers on this, because they generate so much flux. Oh yeah, of course, you can only go in a straight line as well. Oh, you can do drive-bys with them, though. That's genius. thumper drive-bys. I do like that. Oh. Ah! Yeah, we flamed out. We're gonna die here. It's pretty good with its hull and stuff. Let's just start putting pressure on. We're gonna have to actually be in control of our ship before we start doing that, of course. What have I got my shield up for? Right. I mean, look at the speed at which this thing fluxes out if we just let the guns go and do nothing else. As soon as those thumpers start ripping, you overload immediately. Like, how could you run 5 thumpers on this without it just fluxing out and dying? Yeah, and I know we need hull mods for this, right? But I'm maxed out on caps at the moment. Like, my caps are 8,000. So, yes, I probably need to shove on the where is it? The flux coil adjunct to give it even more capacity. But even then, and I know I'm probably staying in combat a little bit too long. You know, I'm just flying in and going, right, shoot each other for ages, rather than dipping in, doing some shooting, dipping out. Yeah, this is nowhere near fine-tuned yet. I mean, the missile racks can go, we don't need that. We could pop that in, and our flux capacity is now up. We probably don't need quite so many vents if we're doing burst flux, but I mean, even with just that little tweak, and I'm not going to be flying this myself, so yeah, true. There's that cost benefit. I suppose now that the skill has been nerfed, adding the launchers that cost extra OP is really not giving me very much at all. So what I need to do is have my shields up and almost be backing out of this straight away, so that, because I mean that's also generating a silly amount of hard flux. I need to be dropping shields and all sorts here, but like, I overload before I can do anything. I need better shield management, and that's on me. That's a manual thing. But this is definitely not my preferred play style, I think is the way to put it. Like, I've got to keep taking hits. And the hull can take the hits, but I am not breaking him at all. His shield is just nowhere near fluxing. Haha, bye! Drive by! The drive-by's comedy value. I don't think the ramming is particularly... I mean, maybe I can build this thing to ram, but like right now, I think if I ram him, I'm just costing myself hull damage that I don't need to take. But like, I fluxed out again. We're done. Sure, yeah. I'm gonna have to drop the shield and take some hits. Yeah, see, that's why I like the idea of the Widowmakers, because they're expensive in terms of OP. But I'm already too close, and we're just gonna have to take a shitload of hits. Like, we're doing nothing to him. He's not taking any hull damage yet. I am a bad pilot, but this is definitely not a playstyle I like. And I know this isn't a good build, like I was just testing it out, but oh god, that was not a attempted skill move. I pressed the wrong button. Right, drop in his face. Right in range. See, I see the point there. Like, we fly into range really heavy. Got to remember to raise the shield again after it does that. But yeah, we vent, and then we just immediately pile on him. Drop the shields as soon as. Pop them back up, and then we just keep the pressure. Right, I'm getting the hang of it now. I see. Yeah, I see. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of damage here, but that's fine, that's fine. Right, I see how it works now. We just stop him getting range from us, and we apply the pressure like mad. Tacticals, got it. Got it. I know what we're doing now. Back off then, and then immediately dive in on him again with the skill. Cut it, shields up, and then just pound him. Right, got it! He's definitely not faster backwards than me, because I've got a boost, and he doesn't. I now get this ship, and why the build is so cool. I mean, you literally, you dive on them, and you unload so quickly they can't do anything. Ba-boom. I mean, I am, because I'm trying to do it without the rockets. Partially because I forgot them, you're absolutely right. But also, partially because I wanted to learn to manage the flux in and out. I want to try that fight one more time. Now I understand the ship slightly better. And I'll remember the rockets this time, which at the moment are set up for armour pressure. We've still got the annihilators on. Yep, he's... Oh! I misclicked just before the overload. That's going to cost me, but not the end of the world. Right. We're learning, we're learning. See, the hammerhead's applying a lot of damage early. Until we can get damage applied to him and either take down some of those weapons or pressure him to not be able to use them, we need to watch the flux. But then we dive in before he finishes fluxing. Okay, he's finished fluxing. We just dive in. Totally different strategy again. Like the strategy in this game is so good. Oh look, he doesn't want to be too close to me. Don't give him that choice. Can you spell pressure? Okay, friend. Two can play that game. Got it. Right, okay. Just leave the shields down completely. I mean, it's got a beefy hull, hasn't it? And therefore we don't want to be building up all that hard flux. Well, you're making a valid point here. We just stick everything on auto fire, and all I do is fly the ship, and we just don't bother with the shield. Do we get hull minced? If we're not building up all that hard flux, and we can just keep dipping back in and keep wailing on him, How badly do we kill him? Everything's on auto fire now. Oh yeah, look at that, we're building no flux. He's not doing a huge amount of hull damage. Pressure's massive. Well, that's a revelation. You mean he just can't do anything? I thought they weren't... I thought I'd turn those on to auto fire. Oh my god. Okay, this thing is now ripping. Yeah, gotcha. Right. Yes, as soon as you've selected one, it takes it off auto fire and gives it to you. Okay, we're going to end simulations now, and we're going to go and do something else. But I quite like that for a beginner. The only thing we are going to do is we're going to, just one more time, run that simulation, take that off, hit that so everything's just doing its thing, and all I'm going to do is fly into his face. And with that doing rockets, we should down him so quickly. Oh, not the... Oh, that's alright. We dispatched the rocks so quickly it didn't matter. Okay, it's a pressure vessel. And look at that. That's obscene. And he can't get away from us because... Alright, I can see how 5 thumpers might work. Right, that's genius. We've got, even with everything maxed out, we maybe don't even need to worry about dissipation quite as much, but we've got a spare 8 points. I don't want to decrease weapon turn rate. We don't care about shields at all. If we don't care about shields at all, would this not be a relatively good ship to strip the shields from to give them slightly more hull? I know it's, you know, it's not a huge amount more hull, but 3 thumpers, 2 flak sounds, yeah, I like balanced. Balanced sounds very good. Heavy armor's way too expensive. Like we can afford to drop a few points in the vents. That's not an enormous problem. Right. Okay. Yes, of course. Yeah, the shields are there. And, yeah, because what I'm facing there didn't really challenge me to need shields. But yes, you make a very good point. Blast doors is probably not terrible actually, given that we could afford to just drop blast doors on it. Or advanced gyros would be quite nice as well. Advanced gyros would give us better weapon turn rate by a massive chunk. And we have all, you know, we've got everything's on a swivel there, so, and one of the things is the thing turns very slowly, so trying to keep track of stuff could be quite useful for keeping more things in arc. Given how it goes, I'll tell you what I would be tempted to do though, Karma, and you can tell me if you think this is a good idea. Yeah, good point. I'd almost be tempted to stick the thumpers up here, where they're going to be on all the time, and maybe have the, I mean the auto cannons are only there because we only had 2 thumpers, but stick the auto cannons around the side for now, so we can sustain more thumper pressure more of the time. I'm spending a lot of time building one ship that at the moment I'm not going to fly, but I got a cheapo awesome bargain deal on this hull. The other thing is, if we swap the thumpers onto here, we could see what else would go in the medium mounts here. I mean, we could run undersized point defense on here to give us even more OP. Because I think 2 thumpers and a flat cannon on here until we pick up a couple more flat cannons and another thumper is probably going to do us pretty well. Also, do we really want annihilators, given that we're applying so much pressure? I know the thumpers aren't doing a huge amount of damage against shields and armour, but it's consistent pressure. Do we want the missiles to be like the sabos that are just putting shield pressure on all the time? There's not a lot of ammo in them, but they're, mind you, it's the same ordnance points. Unless we put torpedoes on, we're not going to save many ordnance points. And the torpedoes are like, I'll have 4 shots per battle. I don't know, that works for now. It's not the best we can possibly fit, but it works. I think for now we might put advanced turret gyros on. There's nothing else we could afford to stick on. See, we could extend the shields. This is where my extended shield coverage comes in really well. The other option is we could actually drop the turret gyros and put the flux distributor on as well for extra venting, because we're maxed out on both. So what I was saying, Karma, was alright, well, I've got Reaper torpedoes. I've got a couple of them already. So the torpedoes only give me 4 shots. Like, I've got 4 mounts and it's just done. Or, I mean, I've got Atropos, which there's only 1 available in my cargo hold, but it's 1 ordnance point. Have we got any more of those on the market? So if we just wanted very cheap, easy pressure, and there's 3 hammer torpedoes on the black market at the moment, so we could shove those in. We could put 3 of those and the Atropos in just to free up space. What I was asking, Karma, before your internet boffed, was should I put the thumpers up here instead of the arbalests, where they're going to be in the forward arc, in the firing arc, much more often as I go charging in, and then for the moment stick the autocannons on the side while we wait for more thumpers and more flak? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, little unshielded destroyers and stuff. Well, thing is, I've got 2 Reapers in my cargo hold, and we've got a load of Reapers on the black market, so we could stick a load of Reapers in here. It'll give us more OP again. So if we said Reapers in here, excuse me. Oh, that caught up with me. Right, Reapers in all of these. I think we stick the thumpers in the front. So if we took the thumpers off here and stuck them here, and I know again we're fitting 1 ship for a lot of this bit of the stream at the moment, but we're nearly done with it. But I'm really enjoying playing with new hulls and new weapon options. Is really helping me learn the game and the way to fit things and deal with stuff. And then on the sides we could have the arbalests. We could go with assault chain guns, which is not as good in terms of flux per damage, but it's way better in terms of DPS. Might be overkill. We've got any more assault chain guns? Yeah, good point, good point. I mean, heavy needlers would be funky, but again, we're looking at massive ordnance points for those, although we've got a bit more ordnance spare now. And there is another assault chain gun available. They're bigger and heavier. We stuck one on there, one on there. We've still got 8 points, so like I don't know how important venting and dissipation really is, but we've maxed out our vents. So if we put a distributor on, it'd be like capping out some more vents, which means that while we're waiting with our shields off, hopefully we won't have built up any hard flux. And then if we do it and we say like that, that and that, so the Reapers are obviously single shot, and I do not want the Reapers on linked fire because I'm just going to barf off every one of my Reapers in one go. But they're good from range and they've got very, very high damage explosive yield. But they're dumbfire unguided, aren't they? So I'm going to need to be accurate with them if I'm firing them. Oh god, yeah, they're 450. You're right. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was the better way round. Right. I'm done running simulations after this, but I am enjoying this hole so much now. Didn't get it to start with, but I now understand much better. Oh yeah, look at those Reapers go. Oh, I missed with the last Reaper. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. So we're done with our Reapers, but they have done the job of just destroying the shield, wrecking the front. Oh my god. Sold. Another hull that I am a fan of. I can imagine the daft shenanigans one can do with this. Two things are going to happen here, my friends. Given that we've got the space for it, can we... Yeah, we can put turret gyros on there. Oh god, no, we had turret gyros on. We could change it for armoured weapon mounts, but that's going to reduce the turn speed of the turrets, which I don't like. Any other 6 cost ones that are really worth doing? Yeah, I'm happy with that for now. It's definitely a jury-rigged run for now. That needs some tweaking. I'm tempted to put our aggressive captain in here, given that he is going to be aggressive and push up. And that's what we want it to do. We want this ship to just belt on in and do some mega damage. So that's good. I'm happy with that. Before we do anything else, we've not saved the game tonight. Let's just save the game. My one critical mistake and area of error that I always make is I don't save the game until the end of the session. Not because I'm trying to do some kind of hardcore Iron Man run, because I get too excited and I forget. And we've been streaming for 3 hours nearly with no game saves, so we fixed that. We're not forgetting that we need to go to Chico and pick up some supplies. Once we've done that, we are going to go and do... Will do, buddy. What? Oh, they're tracking me because I bought a load of black market stuff, didn't I? Track away. On you come. Thank you. Scan away. Nothing found. We're all good. I nearly moved in to engage them then. What am I looking at? I was looking at the armoured weapon mounts again. Increases durability of all weapons by 100%. Okay, that actually is super useful. And reduces recoil. Super useful. Yes, good point. Decreases turn rate by 25%. Increases ship's armour by 10%. Okay. Okay, so if we were to take off the turret gyros and put on the armoured weapon mounts, what you're saying is, much better idea. Or, if we took off 2 vents and stuck them both on, then the advanced turret gyros massively counteract the armoured weapon mount downside, and we still get the bonus of everything else. We still got the capacity for doing mega fluxing and quite a decent dissipation. Oh, okay. You said to me that only bad players prioritise vents over caps all the time, and this was a cap heavy ship because it was burst flux, not a vent heavy ship, which is why I did that. But we could drop 2 caps if you like, if that's... We don't need to, do we? No. Sorry, I've done that the wrong way around. That way around. Yeah, I was working on the basis that it depends on the ship, and you'd said it was capacitor because they were flux heavy rather than venting heavy, but I take your point. I typically prioritise vents over caps, and we do want to get these numbers more aligned. I said I wouldn't run any more simulations, but we've made some changes now. Let's just... Ah, yeah, well, that is a very different thing. Good point. Good point. Oh, I missed that final Reaper again. I'm not predicting his turn properly. Not that I'll be manually piloting this and worrying about the Reapers too much, but that is still relatively flux efficient, isn't it? That's doing fine, and we are just demolishing weapon systems here. Totally different way to play. Utterly, utterly brilliant. Sold. Right, we're going to Chico, we're going to buy some supplies, we're going to go and try and free this guy from Chalcedon with our marines. But before we do that, let's not just flee the system. We haven't looked at what's available in... I don't want the makeshift shield generator. I don't particularly like the idea of it. We've done enough black market shopping. We've got a minimal suspicion level, but they're already poking around us. And I'm happy with the way we fitted stuff. What have we got in here, though? Another makeshift shield generator. And converting frontal shields to Omni reduces the arc. Gotcha. Could be useful, but I don't want to pick it up on the black market right now at that price with the suspicion we've got. We did check the comms directory. Yes, we did. We'll go to Chico, and at Chico... Oh, I'd forgotten we're still getting monthly income. That's not going to last much longer. At Chico, we're going to first off look for more officers. Then we're going to buy a whole ton of supplies. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha, Karma. Yeah, thank you. That's really, really helping. No officers available here. Chico, Chico, Chico! I want to buy all of your supplies, please. Supplies, Mother Badger. 25k. We're going out into the outer rim. I think we want like 40k of supplies. I know it's a lot, But we're getting them cheap in Chico. What do you got for me, Chico? Just check if Chico's got any flat cannons or anything. Or thumpers. Ooh. Festus assault gun. Stop drooling over heavy weapons. More heavy needlers. Right. Gotcha, Karma. Integrated targeting unit expands the range of ballistic energy weapons depending on hull size. Cannot work in conjunction with dedicated targeting core. That sounds pretty cool. Expensive. I'd quite like to find that on my own out somewhere, but pretty cool. Yeah. So, worth the 12k and the black market risk, you're saying? Well, I've never been one to doubt you before, my friend. We've got a medium level of suspicion. They're not going to find a hull mod when they come on board, because we've already learned it. Right. Oh. This was the challenge that I was seeing the other day, was when I thought about streaming, I couldn't go more than 10 minutes without devolving into a coughing fit. We have improved that massively with my much better health than it has been, but this is where I was at on sort of Friday and a little bit yesterday, but definitely Friday. I barely had any voice and I couldn't talk for 10 minutes before I started to dry out and cough to death. Right, so we are going to Kumari Kandam, Chalcedon in Kumari Kandam. Hello, you can scan away, I've got nothing suspicious. Thank you. That fleet would have spanked us.
Does that need a top up yet?
No thank you, I still have an open can too. I'm talking too much as usual.
Doesn't surprise.
Hmm?
Doesn't surprise.
No, I know, I always talk too much. It's got nothing to do with streaming. It's my general state of being if I'm conscious. You might be thinking about the other one, but I've got this one now, Karma, so if we find the other one, we'll get that as well. I actually didn't check my fuel levels, or we're going to make it with fuel, that's not a problem, but we probably could have done with picking up some fuel, actually. We're going to turn the transponder off, because we need to sneak in, I think, to do this. Presumably we can't just waltz up to the station and then suddenly drop Marines. We definitely don't want the transponder on if we're going to be doing a Marine invasion. Ah, okay. Ah, I'm reading chat and driving into ion storms. What? I was holding slow. There was no need for that whatsoever. Good job we just bought a bajillion supplies. I've also got to start making money and not doing jobs that make me money and immediately just burning it all on stuff. Like with the fleet is improving and we are in a very good we're a good space now in terms of supplies. All we need is a bit more fuel. So we're starting to be in a position where we can maintain for a bit and do some stuff. But keep transponder off. Pause the game immediately. Right, we're going to Chalcedon. I am assuming we need to approach stealthily. Danger level is medium. Now we are going to have Luddic path ships all over here. We're going to be looking. Whoa, we're going to be looking for sensor pings, and I do not want to be on sustained burn for this. We'll take our time getting there. and we'll work out when we are best heading to Chalcedon. It's all quiet right now. Right, Chalcedon, Terran eccentric world. Seeded with Earth life by an early spaceship, Chalcedon bloomed green for the first human arrivals, but soon proved itself a harsh home. Primitive native xenolife, theorized to descend from impact diaspora from Kumari-Aru, or vice versa, persists in curious unicellular equivalent forms in obscure ecological niches. The surface is regularly pounded by massive storm cells on an endless seasonal rampage. This churn provides a rich medium for plant growth, but only that flora which grows rapidly in the calm between storms can survive outside of the rare zone protected by quirks of topology. Human colonists are ever huddled in awe and fear. Now, for those of you who can still watch, particularly for you, Dragon, and I have another mystery subscriber who, if you're watching, I want to say thank you again. Somebody dropped me a Prime sub last stream and it didn't show up anywhere on either my Streamlabs or my Twitch. And I can't find a record of it in Twitch as to who it is, but I have another Prime sub. Possibly somebody who dropped one the first month after we hit affiliate. I don't know, but if you are my mystery Prime subber out there, thank you very much indeed. For those of you who can still see me, great, but we have got 2 minutes of ads and I don't want to go doing a marine raid without all the viewers able to watch, because that's going to be cool. And again, I've fallen into that bad habit of looking down here, because that's where chat is, as if I'm talking to you rather than to you. Oh, beer dulls the sore throat pain. God bless a can of analgesic. Right, we have a minute left of ads. We are soon to be invading. We're going to take our Marines, we are going to do this operation and do it right. We're going to break this guy out and then we're going to deliver him back to where we said we were. One of the challenges we've got is we are super low on fuel. Actually, we might want to buy fuel before we go to Chalcedon, in case we have to immediately run. This is a very valid point. We might go back to Beholder Station before we start messing around with stuff. Yes, we definitely will. We definitely will. Oh, Twitch ad breaks. I just love them. Being an affiliate's amazing. Here, interrupt your stream for 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. If you did have ads, I apologise for the ads. They are a complete waste of everybody's time, but they are a Twitch necessity as an affiliate. Right, I paused because Karma, you're a genius. I'm going to do 2 things here. The first one I'm going to do is save the game. I am then, before we go to Chalcedon, I didn't want to do it while we had ads up for some viewers, so I was waiting. Anyone who couldn't hear me in the ad break, we were paused and waiting to go to Chalcedon until after the ad break. Before we do that, I'm going back to Beholder Station, because it has suddenly occurred to me we are very low on fuel, and if we need to run from here after we've done this and dodge people and jump straight into hyperspace and go somewhere, I do not want to be stuck desperate for fuel. So what I'm going to do, first off, I want to see if we can salvage this. Yes, we can. Let's do some scavenging. Likely we'll find something, but there is significant risk involved. Let's give it a go. Well, there we go. We found ourselves some fuel. So we'll have all of that. We don't want the excess metals that we don't need. supplies are good, and if we now check our map, we can make it back to Aslan with the fuel we've got, but I'm going to buy just a little bit more. Generally speaking, Ludic Path don't seem to care if you've got your transponder on or not, in my experience. Don't fly into the star, whatever you do. So we're just going to carry on about our business like nobody cares. I probably could have put sustained burn back on, actually, because they don't know that I'm going to be doing... Karma, man! I hugely appreciate that. You did not have to do that, buddy. That is enormously appreciated. Thank you so much. Bits are a mega gift. Like 100 bits is worth more than a sub, I think. That's really generous, buddy. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I hope that my fumbling attempts to fit ships with your guidance has at least made you feel slightly better from the horrible bug I appear to have given you through the internet. So thank you. You've sent me into a coughing fit of delight. Thank you, mate. I really, really appreciate that. Really do. I thank everybody who's joined in today. We've had raids. We've had... Yeah, but to be fair, $2 is about what I get for a sub. I think a sub over here is like £5 UK, and Twitch takes 50% of that as an affiliate, and then there's like charges and taxes on top of it. So $2 is about what I get from a monthly sub, which is massively appreciated. And for those of you that are subbed, particularly my mystery Prime subber that I've got at the moment, who I got no update about at all last week, so if for some reason you should have heard me say this a minute ago if you're on, because you shouldn't have got the ads, but I appreciate all my subscribers massively. The bits streamers get like 90%. I think other than Twitch's like handling fee for processing, we get 100% of bits. So bits are like gold dust to a streamer. Twitch doesn't take a cut of them, because Twitch already takes your money when you buy the bits, and then it gives us pretty much all the bits. So like 100 bits is pretty much what a sub costs. That's really, really appreciated, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't either till I became an affiliate, and they're like, yeah, get loads of subscribers. You want people subscribing like all the time. And when you look at it, like, adverts make you no money, so I hate it when I get 3 minutes of adverts on my channel. I try and set up, the reason that I've now got that really long intro screen, that stream starting that lasts for about 6 minutes, is because if I manually roll 3 minutes of ads at the beginning of the stream, it turns off pre-roll ads for everybody when they log in. And I hate pre-roll ads. You know, you click on someone's channel and the first thing you get is 2 minutes of ads. You're just going to find another streamer. Now for Starsector that's a bit more difficult. There may not be another streamer, but it turns people off straight away. So if I have that window at the start of the stream where I let the ads roll and do what they're going to do, then for the next hour when we're actually live, no ads will run. But essentially, I think since I became an affiliate, I think I've made about maybe 50 cents, 55 cents off ads, and that includes that one stream of Battle Brothers we did where 75 people watched for the whole stream. It doesn't really earn you anything. Subscriptions are great and really, really appreciated, but they're heavily taxed by Twitch until you become a Twitch partner. Partners get a much better cut than affiliates. Bits are just bits. If you're an affiliate or a partner on Twitch, you get pretty much all the value of bits, and that's really, really cool. So that's a big deal to me, mate, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you take the time to show up to all these streams and to consistently help me out with learning in a really sort of positive and constructive way. You know, you're not critical, you're supportive, and you're the same on my Discord. You're a big contributor, and I really appreciate that. Those bits are just the icing on the cake for me. I'm really, really glad. I hope that you're still really enjoying the streams, because I love doing them. Right, we're going to go and get ourselves some fuel, because then we're going to take some Marines and we're going to try and extract a high value target. Oh, of course. Maybe we need to approach with our transponder on to be able to trade, or is there only the shrine here? I thought we could trade at Beholder Station. No, we can't. Not even with our transponder on. Right. Well, we've got some fuel anyway. Oh, we still... Look at that. At the moment, we still have control of this hacked comm relay. Or do we? No, we don't. We haven't been in this system. That's a different colour. I'm getting carried away. I'm getting all excited and carried away. Forget that. Yeah, and I think that's sort of how Twitch does it. Is, you know, I mean, bits don't really cost Twitch anything, but they drive people to the stream. So Twitch will always take, I don't know, whatever it is, 5%, 10% of the bits. I can't remember the exact values, but essentially you use your bits to cheer for a streamer. The streamer gets like a big chunk of that, and they're very valuable. I think they view subs as very valuable for people who have quite a lot of regular sort of tier 1 subbers who just have subs that roll on every month. They're consistent, and you can give those people benefits. You know, you can give them, they get no ads, and you can do special things for your subbers and all that kind of stuff. But it's thank you, buddy. Yeah, I've just realised that. We're okay though. We found some fuel. We're going to go to Chalcedon and do this. Right. I'm keeping an eye out. We had no fleets on the way there. On my transponder off again. Keep our profile to a minimum. I've only ever done one other marine operation, and it's always good fun. Ooh. Oh shit. Right, emergency burn doesn't cost us anything anymore, so we're off out of here. Oof, don't burn too close to the sun. We're going to go dark. We're going to probably approach Chalcedon through the belt. Oh shit. Suddenly, all manner of heat is coming our way. They can't see us, right? Oh, they're that's an unidentified fleet anyway, but they can't see us. Right, so the ping range is pretty low for people at the moment. So if we go around the dark side of the Chalcedon, that fleet is going to spot us. It's not a quest fleet. I think it would have a tag. Or mind you, maybe we have to detect it before it becomes a flag. And we've got a Luddic Path fleet on the other side. Like, we can probably dip into Chalcedon without them spotting us while we're running dark. Yes, we can. Oh, right, they've probably seen us now. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, that's it. They're like pirates. It's not the Luddic Church, it's the Luddic Path, and they already hate us. You're right. However, do we have to consider our military options? Oh yes, we can do an orbital bombardment or a raid. We don't want to engage defenders because there are no defenders, so it hasn't got a space station. So it's got no orbital fleet, no orbital station, and no fleets to defend it. So we could launch a raid or consider an orbital bombardment, but those are not our quest options. Or is the raid our quest option? We have to extract an agent, so presumably that requires a raid on the system to do. if I click on that, oh yeah, sorry, here we go, yes. So it will require, I like that generally in this game when you click an option it doesn't just go, oh you've chosen to do this, it's like this is what will happen. Oh thank you Karma, you've just preempted me. But yeah, it says this is what will happen, do you want to do it? And I should be trusting in that more when I'm trying to make my decisions. So yeah, so I need 150, I've got 150 Marines, that's going to help. Their ground defence force is 110. 200 base value for a 5-size colony, less for stability. 58% raid effectiveness. Oof. So, try to acquire valuables such as commodities, blueprints, or achieve other objectives. So presumably you can raid at any point with your Marines. It doesn't have to be as part of a quest to rescue somebody. I could just be trying to steal some blueprints, steal some commodities, etc. Or I could try and disrupt a specific facility. We definitely need more Marines to be doing this properly. They said about 150, I think. More would have been good. We're probably going to lose some Marines here. But I think we want to try and acquire valuables such as commodities or blueprints, or achieve other objectives, which is freeing this dude. Select the raid objective. Perform extraction operation is here. We've assigned our Marines to perform an extraction operation. It is medium danger. Oh, of course, our Marines have no experience because we've not done anything with them. Only projecting light Marine casualty, so that's fine. Right, here we go. I like that we can also try and go in and steal stuff. That's pretty cool. Didn't even know you could. The only time I've done this is a raid on a pirate base to free somebody. Send a diversion to steal domestic goods. Oh, so you're saying we could send a couple of Marines to steal some domestic goods at the same time to provide a diversion? Oh, of course, we've got more Marines. We've still got 2 more available. So the impact here would be that we would steal some domestic goods. So if we put like 3 into that as well, can we put, if we take 1 out of that, can we put, no, we can only put, we only need 3 to do this. So if we put 3 into that, I didn't realise that you could send a diversion at the same time. So we would end up stealing 1. Is it worth sending 3 lots of Marines, given that either way we only get 1 lot of domestic goods? Because the risk, I can see why you say domestic goods, because the risk is low and the value is higher than food. So that's why we'd want to do that. Is it worth risking these Marines to do this? On the basis some of them may gain experience. So if we've got 3 of them in there, we've got 3 lots gaining experience. Oh, so yes, they lose 1 production. We gain 120 of them at 6k.
Laura's having the other chair.
Oh, fantastic. Excellent. Thank you, love. Good news. Yes, right. So in that case, if we took 1 off, we don't get as much. Oh yeah, so the ore is... I suppose the thing with the ore is we'd get more of it and it's worth more. And the danger is minimal instead of low. So the total value would be 22.5 potentially. Although we're stealing so much of it and we've got no available cargo space. So we'd have to fiddle our cargo. So I'm probably better off hitting a minimal and a medium to average that difficulty down, rather than trying to hit or I suppose the low takes the average down but gives us a better chance of selling domestic goods somewhere. I quite like domestic goods because although we're only getting 6k's worth of stuff and we're going to have to ditch a load of things to make room, some room is probably going to be freed up by the fact we're going to lose some Marines. Right, on that basis, what I'm going to choose to do is this. Because we get higher value out of it, although we are going to have to ditch... Yeah, but they're worth more per unit, even though we're going to steal more units of them. We are going to lose the cargo. We're going to lose the cargo, but we're going to average a minimal with a medium. So that's the only reason I'm doing it, is that diversion and to give the Marines some XP. Right boys, here we go. We're going in to try and free this high value target and then try and escape the vicious Luddic path. Your Marine Commander submits a plan for your approval. Losses of this operation projected to be light. There are a total of 150 Marines in your fleet. Targeted objectives are transplutonic ore and perform extraction operation. Estimated value of items obtained is projected to be around 22.5k, we knew that. The Marines are ready to go, awaiting your final confirmation. So I could spend a story point to make special efforts to keep preparations a secret, which gives me less XP and costs me a story point and isn't the balls to the wall risky play I like to normally do. So we're just going to launch the raid. Your forces have suffered casualties. We lost 6 Marines and the Luddic path really don't like us, which, you know, they didn't like us before, so it's not the end of the world. We have reduced the stability of Chalcedon by 2 as well and gained a chunk of XP. You can feel a twitch through the aircraft plates as the assault shuttle docks. You nod your approval to the medic and Marines escort the rescued agent. They return a salute. The agent is too dazed to recognise you as their saviour, so we need to get back to Coatl and talk to Caliban. Might as well pick through the spoils, so this is the stuff we got. Now to be fair, we can immediately ditch that, because that's worth sod all, and load up on a few of these. So at 75 a unit, we've made profit. We're hauling around metals that I hadn't even noticed. So that's okay. We have got all of our weapons and stuff in here. Marines are mostly regulars, have seen some combat, but are not overall accustomed to my style of command. So that's a little XP bar then, is it, for them up in the top corner? I like that. So if I hit F1, oh no, it's just... no, I do not have a cargo ship yet. Right, we picked through the spoils, but I didn't take everything because I hit the wrong button. I was trying to get out of that, and instead of hitting F1, I hit escape. So I don't know if we took everything anyway. I can't look at my crew and cargo at the moment. Oh yes, I can, sorry. We did, we took it. That's fine, that's fine. I'm happy with that. We've got fuel to get back to Caliban. Right, pause. We've got cargo pods there drifting through space. I need to get a cargo ship. Yeah, I do. I need a small freighter. I looked at one on a different playthrough and thought I'd done it on this one, which I have not. Oh. We already went here, didn't we? We did, and there's no more salvage. That's fine, that's fine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Stay away, stay away. We're still running dark at the moment. I don't want to meet any pathers who are going to be all annoyed, especially as we've done bad stuff. Right, let's let these people have their fight around the gate. Jump point is definitely hot. Right, are they going to jump? Are the pathers just patrolling? What? That's the wrong button. Luddic pilgrims returning to Gilead. That's nice, that's nice. Right, you do your thing, pilgrim boys. Their sensors aren't great. We've got stuff up here, we've got fleets coming in. Oh, somebody's chasing the pilgrims. We're going to get some aggro on the other side of this gate, potentially. Nope, we're okay, we're okay. Right, jump to hyperspace. Let's head to Aslan. Oh, I've got the fuel to make it, I made sure. As long as we don't get too badly effed up during, we're good. So, I've got to watch for the storms, but we should have the fuel to get there just. And I did see your message saying there are other places to buy fuel in this system, and I went into roleplay mode and panicked because I was like, we just liberated a guy, we need to get out of here. Like, yeah, we should have just gone and bought fuel. Like, nobody knew we were there and had done it at the point. I get too excited and too invested in my adrenaline-fueled space adventures I need to be more logical. Oh, breaking. Because you reduce speed, it reduces your fuel consumption, doesn't it? So, on average, you're still using the same amount of fuel to transit from one system to another, as long as you don't get knocked off course. Right, we're going for the inner system jump point. We are going to turn our transponder back on, jump on through, and head on up to Coatl and have a little chat with our old mate Caliban. Give him back his... I should definitely have logical space adventures, but I'm too much of an enthusiast. I get too excited by everything. It is both a blessing and a curse. I am nothing if not thrilled by every adventure we do on this channel, particularly in this game, but it does slightly ruin my ability to focus and do things in the most sensible way. But I learn lessons when it goes wrong that way, every time. Right, let's see what Caliban's got to say for himself. Oh, there's a mercenary officer there. Come back to that. Impressive work, Captain, the hegemony officer says. I'm told you've helped us perform quite a coup on the intel front. The analysts were terribly excited. Aye, we're favourable with Caliban now. I'm hoping that's going to lead to even more cool stuff in the future. Acknowledged. This is Scene Key, he barks. Go ahead. Do you have any work for me? So we've got deploying an observation package, and then we got the usual bounty docket stuff. I enjoyed the observation package last time. It was challenging. Tell me about it. So we've got to fly a good chunk away out. Deploy a spy satellite in Asconia at Sindria. I have no idea how difficult Sindria is to get to in terms of doing it stealthily. If I had a Vulcan first officer, we would live long and prosper. And to be fair, we have lived a lot longer on this playthrough than I expected when I came out of the tutorial with my absolute garbage fleet and my light weapon fitted hammerhead. And I've learnt a lot since then. Thanks mainly to you, Karma. Right, good to know. I'm not up for spending 4 hours trying to deploy an observation satellite around somewhere that's really challenging. I want to do cool stuff. Thank you, Caliban. We might bounty hunt for you in a little bit, but first off, we are very low on fuel. Where's the best place to get rid of this ore? Arcadia's not terrible. We get 65 a unit in Arcadia, and Arcadia's not far. They've got no deficit, but... Or we could go to the pirate station in Izira and get a lot more. But again, you know, it's more, but it's a little bit more in the grand scheme of how many we've actually got, which is 104 units. So I don't think we need to go out of our way necessarily. We're down a few Marines, but we have got XP on the Marines that we did have. We definitely need fuel. Before anything else, fuel is a priority. Let's have a quick look at the situation on fuel. Yes, good point. Look for a freighter. Absolutely. Before we do anything else, and then we can get fuel depending on what we need and all the rest. Yep. What have they got available? Oh, we need a super tanker. Right, let's get ourselves... Oh, there you go. There's a 1D mod Buffalo going. Is that a bit bigger than we need for this? The only one they've got. What's the D mod on the Buffalo? Compromised storage. Great for a freighter. Geez, cargo capacity down from 300 to 100. I think we might check the other station in this system before we pick that up. lowered fuel capacity, lowered cargo capacity. That is, for me, a bad single demod to have on a freighter. Okay, so presumably the +1 maximum burn and the -1 recovery cost is the bonus from it being the hegemony version. I mean, the thing with the compromised storage is we're still getting 300 capacity, and over time in the future we might get lucky and strip that demod off with the hull restoration, but it's a bit of a gamble for a bad demod on a ship you're only really buying, and it's at only 75% of its cargo capacity. You know, even if you're then going to slap hull mods on it for increased cargo holds and stuff, it's working on a low base, and therefore it's just, you're losing efficiency everywhere. So I remember you saying in the last stream that we should be picking up a dedicated freighter, really for hauling around all of our guns and stuff in. But yeah, that's it. Chico's a big place, so we're not going to just buy the first one we see, because I don't like that at all. Oh god, we're undercrewed as well now. How long have we been undercrewed? Is that ever since we picked up? Hadn't even noticed that. We really need to be paying attention. Right, let's get ourselves some more crew, because... also, I think we lost some crew, didn't we, in that pirate fight? And I didn't even look to see that we had... You know... Let's get a little bit over where we need to be. So... Oh, of course, because that's only the open market. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I don't do enough looking at the ship market, because it's not in the crew and cargo window, which to me in my head is the buying window. It took me ages to even work out you could buy ships from places everywhere you stop. Right, well, the only one we've got is the Atlas, and the Atlas is... First off, we can't even buy it, and secondly, it's rather unnecessary. But its 2,000 cargo capacity is quite nice, and it is still my very favourite ship, art-wise, in the game, just because it literally looks like a shipping container for the seas over here, which is amazing. That Dominator looks freaking horny. Like that a lot. I sort of like the idea of just like a fleet of 5 enforcers all running thumpers, just nuking people, but it's a one-trick pony, and I suspect would trip up over a lot of enemy fleet compositions. It's just my new favourite thing at the moment. Right, so nothing worth buying. Well, the only freighter on the military and the black market is the Atlas. There's nothing else. Yeah, Valkyrie's a troop transport. So we'll go and check out Chico. Yeah, the Eradicator's badass. What are we paying for this? Stuff it. Stock up on a chunk of fuel for a bit of cash. So we're now stocked up on supplies and fuel, and we've actually got the people to crew our ships. Thank God. We might need to get even more if we pick up a freighter, but that's fine. The only thing we need is a freighter to jump this cargo capacity up, because we're hauling all of our weapons and fittings around with us, which is the way to do it, not leave them in storage. But did you find an Eradicator in hyperspace? Did it have a load of demods, Tin Mask? Because that's frankly erotic. Yeah, you were saying, all I heard was cruiser and was like, ooh, wow. Oh, I see. It is slightly demodded out. Well, only one. Nice. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to Chico. And at Chico, we'll head down to the bars and see if we can find some seedy... I can live with degraded life support. That's a good find, my friend. Now you've got to be able to fit it out. What you need to do, fit it first, then post it in the Discord and wait for Karma to tell you what you've done wrong with it, because that's the only way I get good fits in this game. He is my absolute Starsector Jesus. Right, we're at Chico. Oh, we're still being tracked by the hegemony. Just come get me, bro. You don't have to interdict me. I'll talk to you. Scan away, I've got nothing to hide. I love the hegemony. They're my buddies. Right. Thank you. Right, let's see what we got. Another Atlas. A 0D mod Atlas. Oof, Colossus. I think that's a little bit of overkill for what we need right now. Here's a Buffalo. What's the mod on the Buffalo? Degraded drive field. So the sensor profile's up, which isn't great for sneaky stuff. But... as long as the terrible shit you put on it to blow his mind is your absolute best attempt at a good fit and you're really proud of it, then you've done everything I would do. You know, and you watch that fit that I just did on the whatever it was that we just picked up. Just now in the shop, dude. I just saw it and went, cruiser. I only meant in terms of the icon. I like the graphical representation of it. I think it looks badass. I don't know what it does. I don't know what half the ships I already own do. But I just like the look of it in the same way that I like the look of the Atlas. But I don't mean it is good. I'm not trying to tell people that's a meta ship that people should be flying. I just thought it looked cool as a sprite. Oh, nice. I look forward to jumping on Discord after the stream for great in-depth Starsector discussions. Anyone who is in chat and not on the Discord and wants to know latest updates on when I go live and to join in our fantastic Starsector back and forth banter, please do feel free to hit the button at the bottom of the page and join us, because the Discord is starting to warm up and it is a good place. I like to kick back and see what everyone else is doing in their Starsector games and learn a bit from that between streams. Right, so we've still got the black market to check out, but we've got a Buffalo here which has got degraded drives. Requires more skeleton crew, big deal. Sensor profile's not the greatest thing for me, because if we're sneaking in and out of places it hurts, but it's also not the end of the world. But it is a hegemony Buffalo, so recovery cost is down. Hasn't got the boost to maximum burn that normally comes with a hegemony Buffalo, because the degraded drive field is taking it back to neutral, which is a shame. But it's better than the last one. On the black market, FRT Colossus. These big fathead Colossuses I really like. Again, only talking about the sprite for them, but they look like they mean business and they're just going to smack and headbutt you. We'll just buy 2 more Enforcers, boys. We're sold. We're all good. We're going full Enforcer crew. Right. Here we have is that a Pirate Buffalo? Yes, it is. Pirate Buffalo. 0D mods. But the Pirate Buffalo, for some reason, has an absolutely giant sensor profile, which I would always think is the opposite of what pirates want. You'd have thought pirates would want to be sneaky. Of course it will, because the minimum speed, your fleet is based on your minimum burn across the entire fleet. So So each of the some of the versions Tin Mass can have different stats. So if this was the hegemony version of this, it would only have a 2 recovery cost in supplies, not a 3. And normally, if it didn't have the degraded drive, it would have 9 maximum burn instead of 8. So actually, if I took the pirate version, it's still the same impact as the degraded drive on my overall fleet speed, isn't it? Or do you, right, you've got to actually look at the whole mod. Does degraded drive reduce your total hull? Here we go. Let's get into the meat of this. Is there a way I can look at degraded drive field on here? Without, like, if I hover over it, I can't see the details on it. Do I have to go to the codex to look at what degraded drive field does to understand it? Because until I own the ship, I can't actually look. Oh yeah, so if I look at 2 hull variants... Yeah, sorry. Yes, Karma, you're answering... Excuse me. This is not normal, this is my cough and cold nonsense. You're answering Tin Mass's question. I get you, absolutely. So Karma, what we're saying is, the 2 options I've got are degraded drive field, which gives me a maximum burn of 8, which is the normal maximum burn of a standard Buffalo or a pirate Buffalo. The hegemony Buffalo would normally be 9, but because it's a hegemony one, degraded drive field keeps it at 8. So if I got either of them, it would take me down to an 8 maximum burn for my fleet, because one is a better version with a degraded drive and one is a worse version from a speed point of view without that demod. But I also wouldn't have but the sensor profile's 90 on the hegemony version with the demod. The pirate version is worse. The pirate version is like 120 sensor profile and worse sensor strength. So actually, other than the skeleton crew, the hegemony version is significantly better than the pirate class anyway, and the demod doesn't actually compromise that beyond wanting to take just the demodded version. And at least at some point I could either restore that or hopefully remove it. So to my mind, that's 37, that's 20. I see, the pirate version is cheaper. That's why the pirate version is cheaper. But yeah, of the 2 at Chico, I would definitely prefer the hegemony one with the demod, unless somebody says otherwise. But can I compare the hull mods without owning the ship? I don't get how I do that, because I mean, like, if I look at this, it tells me what the hull mod is. Oh, sorry, right, yeah, the other ones as well. So the other thing is, so it's a civilian grade hull because it's a freighter, but this comes with militarized subsystems built in. But you're right, I didn't look at the positive hull mods on the pirate version. Yeah, I understand now. So that doesn't come... Right. That comes with 400 cargo capacity shielded cargo holds, which frankly is an erection for a smuggler. Doesn't come with a civilian grade hull, it doesn't come with the militarized subsystems, but we could add that to counteract the civilian grade hull, which would give it +1 maximum burn anyway. So it would be faster than the compromised demod version, and it's cheaper. Karma, thank you so much. You are the dude. Click on top in the top left. Right. So is that under ship systems? or the hull variant? Ship hulls to compare the hulls. Yeah, gotcha. So we got the ship variants, then we go down to the Buffalo. So we got the pirate class. Thank you, Karma. I'm getting it now. There's so much information in this game. Right. So the pirate version. Ah. This says the pirate version has auxiliary thrusters, which the version on the market doesn't. But better flux capacity and dissipation than standard variant, but worse sensor profile and sensor strength, whereas the A-class hegemony version, better capacity and dissipation but not as good as, that's 3100 and 150, so not as good on these, better on the sensor profile, better on the max burn, but hurt on the skeleton crew because of the hull mods that are on it, presumably. Ah. Oh, am I still looking at ship variants? Sorry, am I still on the wrong thing? Yeah. I get that. I'm not. I'm going to stop clicking stuff. Am I looking at the right window now? Hull variant. What's the difference between a ship variant and a hull variant? This is something I haven't got my head round, and I've fallen foul of this in previous streams. And I apologise again because you are not feeling well tonight, and I'm making you type like mad to try and keep up with my utter nonsense, including the standard 5 or 10 second stream delay. So you're telling me stuff and it's coming up like 10 seconds after I actually did it and said it and moved on to the next thing because of Twitch's chat delay, which is making things even more challenging. I'm going to do what I always do in these situations and drink. And that will fix by allowing us time to breathe, Karma time to type, and me time to do the right thing. Yeah, I'm still looking at ship variants at the moment. Do I need to be looking at hull variants? Right, so ship variants, based on same templates the autofitter uses. So are these are sort of what the autofit options would be, but if I come up here and go ship hulls rather than ship variants, then look at the Buffalo. Right, so the A-class hull comes as standard with the militarized subsystems cancelling out the civilian hull upgrade, giving me the extra burn, whereas the pirate class doesn't have any of that, has the sensor profile hurt on it but doesn't benefit in any way, but it's cheaper, has the same amount of mounts and armaments. The subsystems are the shielded cargo holds instead. Hull variance is just the hulls, right, and the ship variance is the difference. Yeah, so the pirate variant is for defeating cargo scans, yeah. So talking about the two that I've got an option to buy, because of the demod on the hegemony variant, they've got the same maximum burn because of the degraded drives. The hegemony one would be faster, but it's not. They're the same. So this one, essentially, other than the sensor profile hit, costs me less money, has no demods, and gives me shielded cargo holds. So am I better getting the pirate version for less money? Seems like a relatively sensible choice. The only compromise on the pirate version is the fact that the sensor profile's a bit wonky, but that's less of an issue for smuggling anyway, because we're less likely to get stuff scanned. I also have one more question which I'll ask while you're typing a response to that. And this one has intrigued me right from the beginning. So, at the moment, my Hound has shielded cargo holds. If I bought this Buffalo freighter with shielded cargo holds, does the chance of a scan detecting contraband get impacted by the percentage of your total cargo capacity that is in shielded cargo holds? So like 400 of my cargo capacity with this Buffalo would be in shielded holds, and a little bit would be in the Hound. Does that make me way safer? Or is having shielded cargo holds a little bit black and white? Like, you've got them, we'll knock 10% off the chance of you being scanned successfully. Or is it much more nuanced, as I suspect it is, being Starsector? If you've got a huge cargo capacity with shielded cargo holds, the percentage chance goes through the roof because most of your cargo carried is shielded, even though you can't choose which bits of it are where. Between me and Tinmas, we are keeping Karma so busy tonight. I want to say another massive thank you to everybody on stream today. I want to thank... I'm not stopping right now, by the way. I just want to pause a little and give Karma some time to catch up with some of the questions before we move on. But I want to thank Quist for the raid. Massive raid with 32 people. I want to thank everybody who followed as part of that raid. I want to thank everybody who stuck around. We've had a good chunk of viewers tonight. Appreciate you all. As I've said before, if you're following and you want to name one of our ships, maybe our new shiny Buffalo when we pick it up, or you want to name some of our captains when we pick up another couple of captains, and we have one that we picked up tonight who still needs naming, then followers can do that. And our current followers have all named something, and I'm giving other people a chance before we double down. Yeah, that's sort of what I want to know. Thank you. I assumed it would. Being Starsector, I assumed it wasn't a black and white, you know, you put one Hound in a fleet that's got 16 Atlases and suddenly you've got a 20% less chance on everything. I assumed it would be more nuanced than that. And I can look up the actual calculation somewhere else later on, but essentially the fact that this has a 400 cargo capacity shielded cargo hold excites me because it gives us the potential for improved smuggling rates despite its slightly bigger sensor profile. And it's not the biggest sensor profile in the world because it's only a destroyer class ship, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, so thank you to Quist, thank you for all the guys that stuck around, thank you for everybody who followed, but particularly thank you to you, Karma. Not only have you turned up for the whole stream whilst ill, not only have you given the best advice, as you always do, to me and Tinmas in a very patient way and helping us learn the game and get better, and you've pushed my game forwards. I've fallen in love with another hull tonight that I hated when I first flew it. But massive thank you for the bits as well, mate. It really means a huge deal to me. So just a pause there for thanks, because this has been a great return stream for me. As you can tell, I've missed the last 2 streams through this cold that's been keeping me absolutely flat. And thank you to Dragon for still being here as a subscriber, who is... I mean, Dragon's like my #1 dude. This guy's been on board since we were playing nothing but Battle Brothers, and turns up for every stream, all of it. I love you. I almost... Like, you're a VIP, mate. You're one of only, I think, 3 VIPs on the whole channel, and always will be, because you're OG. You're the guy who has been here right from the beginning, and my only subscriber in chat that I know of, unless my mystery Prime subscriber is also knocking around, and if you are, love you too. Yes, you may have missed 2 streams, but I think at this point I've done somewhere in the region of like nearly 100 streams, so that's a pretty good average. You might have missed, I think you missed a lot of the early ones when I was streaming last Epoch, because we hadn't met yet, because we met through Battle Brothers. But since the Battle Brothers stream, you've pretty much been here for all of them, and most of them you've been here since before the credits even rolled. Yeah, I need to get some cough drops, man. Thing is, we're about to hit 4 hours of stream, and it's just that point where my voice is just starting to stretch a bit. So we're not done yet, but I'm starting to feel it. But if we'd done this yesterday, and particularly if we'd done it on Friday, I'd have made about 18 minutes on Friday, and I'd probably have been asleep. And then yesterday, I think I'd have got an hour and a half out before that was it. The voice would have cut out. But I was much better today. I was glad to be able to get back to it. Buying a Colossus and putting an augmented drive field on it. Now, Karma, you are speaking my language. Because I have always loved the Colossus. So, are you talking about the base Colossus? Minimum hard points, just designed as a freighter? Or are you saying we splash the cash and we go for one of these FRTs? Like, let's have a look at them. Just briefly. I mean, we do get 900 cargo capacity, which gives us a massive boost. I do sort of wish there was a compare button where you could have one and hover over the others. I know you can spend a lot of time doing it, but it's not very streamer friendly when you're learning stuff. Oh, I see. The FRT is more of a combat hull. Cargo capacity is way down, but it's actually got a load more weapon emplacements. Yeah, I can see that as I'm looking at it. But thank you, mate. Yeah, really, really useful to have you here. But base Colossus gives us another 120 fuel capacity, which actually is not far off what our little fuel ship gave us. 900 cargo. I do like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm arguing over, do we take a 300 one with a compromised storage? Do we take a 400 one? Why don't we just buy a Colossus, which costs less than 2 of the others and carries more than what 2 of the others carry? And then we've just got ourselves a beast boy. And its hull and its armour are alright, so we're not going to deploy it as a combat ship, but if we're having to flee with it, it's not just going to melt. I'm sold. I think we buy a Colossus. What I won't then do is spend 4 hours in the fitter fitting out a Colossus and trying it against all sorts of combat ships, because I am aware that is not its purpose. I do like the skin on the FRT, but I want cargo capacity. Yeah, if you're in a bar selling surplus ships, that's definitely... It's typically a very reasonable way to pick stuff up. Ah, Illadine! Thank you so much for chatting, man. I'm really glad that you're a new player, because we've got a number of very experienced players in the chat, or getting more experienced players. Myself, I've been playing it for a little while now, and it's still taking me forever to learn, but I love it. I love the game because of that. Tin Mass and Dragon picked it up a couple of weeks ago, following watching me stream it, and Karma he's like my Starsector Jesus. He is my guru. He comes here and teaches us how to play in the most positive and helpful way he can, and it's amazing, and I love it. So this is a good place for you to learn the game. 2 good places actually to learn the game if you want to learn. There's loads of good streamers out there. Quist, who raided us earlier, is the guy that I started to learn the game from, and the reason I bought the game was I was watching him stream it, and I thought it looked really interesting. But Karma, who jumped into this channel and has supported it all the way through, has helped me and Dragon Guy and Tin Mass so much on here in chat and on my Discord. We've got a few different channels for Starsector now on the Discord. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to, and join us there, because we talk a lot of Starsector and a lot of very new player centric stuff. Tin Mass and I, particular, I've only just started the game. Dragon has done what I think Dragon does with a lot of games, because I've known him play Battle Brothers and a few other things. And he's dived right in. Like, I've seen Dragon Guy do all sorts of stuff, planetary colonization and stuff I've not even touched. But we've had some real fun on Discord talking about this and learning it. So here and the Discord, good places, because Karma will help you. This guy knows his stuff and is very, very good at communicating it as well, and very, very generous with his time and his bits. It turns out the man's a hero. But yeah, we're a small community at the moment. The Discord's like 4 or 5 of us, I think, at the moment. We're just growing, but we're very Starsector focused in the Discord, because that's the real passion in there. Like, this is my mainstream game now. I've not said this before. I suppose you could call me a variety streamer. I don't define myself, but I play a lot of different games, and I like to share them all with my community. And there's other games I want to try on stream, because I like playing certain types of games with chat, because it takes some of the fear out of it, or the sort of the heavy learning out of it with me, and encourages me to just play it and get on with it. And this is one of them. But this is definitely the game where, if we only ever got to stream once a week, or if we got to stream twice a week, one of those streams will always be Starsector, because there's so much more of this game I need to know. Dragon, you're not a whiner. You're a hero. You're a pioneer. You go where other noobs don't dare. You learn it, you get slain, and you come back kicking, man. I'm not going to mention League. I think it might just be you and me now, Dragon. But Illadine, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you can still hear me. My thing is telling me we've got ads. Most of the time when it tells me that, we don't get ads, so hopefully you can still hear me. Thank you so much for the follow. If you can't hear me, I'll thank you again in a minute. I really appreciate them all. We're up to 70 now out of my 75 target, which is the most followers I've ever had. Even though we apparently lost about 5 or 6 this week out of nowhere. I think people didn't like the fact that I took 2 streams off because I was on death's door. But really, really appreciate it. It's great to have you on board. I can't wait to have even more Starsector chatters in our Discord. I'm going to be heavily on Discord for the rest of this week. I never stream on a Wednesday because I have roleplay on Wednesday nights. So I usually stream on a Monday and a Friday. I couldn't stream yesterday. I still wasn't feeling well enough. You can sort of hear it in my voice. It's starting to flag. And Friday this week, I'm moving to probably Saturday, because I'm out on Friday night. It's the problem of because the streaming is a passion project. It's not my job. I'm not a pro streamer. I don't make my money off it. I work a full-time job during the week. I stream in the evenings when I can, and I have to fit my social life around it as well. But speaking of subscribers, Cardjack is in the house. We've got them all here tonight. We've got my 2 subbers. We may have my mystery subber as well. We've got new followers. We've had a massive raid tonight. We've got my top tipper in terms of bits. Karma's just absolutely showering us in love today. It's been a hell of a stream. Welcome on in, Cardjack. It's so good to see you, buddy. This has been the best return stream. Oh, you did. I'm hyped. I'm jabbering and talking nonsense because I think most people have got ads at the moment, and therefore I'm talking my way through the ads. I'm not committing to buying this great big fat-headed freighter, which I am about to buy in a minute, to make my fleet, because my fleet is maxed out at cargo capacity at the moment. We just did a raid with some marines on a planet. We stole a load of supplies and we couldn't even keep half of them because we didn't have the cargo capacity, so we're buying a freighter. And my voice is just starting to flag. Tonight was a good night to come back. I was still too ill yesterday, but tonight was a good night to return. My voice is on its way down. It's getting a bit husky. We're going to go into the dark hour, boys. Right, the ads have dropped. We're back. Illadine, if you missed any of that because of ads, sorry about the ads, buddy. So good to have you on board, and thank you so much for the follow. We're on 70 out of my 75 follower target. This is my absolute highest number of followers ever. And we've had a massive stream. We've had a huge raid. We've had a big 32 raid from Quist, and a load of people have stuck around from that, and I appreciate you all. We've had a ton of followers. We've had bits thrown in. All my subbers that I know of are in the chat. Cardjack's here. Dragon Guy is here. 2 of my 3 VIPs in the channel right now. So it's been an astonishingly good stream for us. And we were just talking about the fact, Cardjack, Illadine is new, picked the game up yesterday, and was looking for somewhere to sort of learn the game. We were just saying that the Discord is starting to pop off a little bit, and we have got a ton of, because Dragon and Tin Mass picked the game up recently, and Karma is our Starsector guru and is teaching us the game. We're chewing through Starsector in great detail there, so the Discord is a good place to not only learn when the next stream is coming up. I'm juggling my streaming at the moment. I'm trying to find better times to stream where more people can see, and I can stream for longer, more times per week. But while we do that, the Discord is where you'll find out about the non-Monday, Friday evening streams, which are my typical stream slots, Monday night, Friday night, UK time. But also where we can talk Starsector till the cows come home, and Karma can sort us all out and show us how the game is done. I have learnt a ton from him, and I've made 2 ships in the last 2 sessions, one last stream and one this stream, that I'm in love with. We've got a ramming speed ship, Cardjack, that we made earlier. It's covered in guns that we can barely afford to keep running. So we fly in at great speed. We don't even raise our shields. We just take the hit on the hull. And by keeping our shields down, we keep our flux down just enough that we can burst fire the enemy to oblivion. It is the most fun. Oh, Karma, good point. We're still looking for thumpers and flat cannons to round out that hull properly. So nothing in the legal markets. We got expanded magazines as a mod spec. So ammo capacity and number of charges for ballistic and energy weapons by 50%. So that's presumably ammo between reloads. Very interested in your opinion on that. I mean, for me, Karma, that's a 3,000 credit mod spec. That just seems like an easy buy, because there will be some holes and some fits where that ballistic capacity is really useful for keeping pressure on. But I'm interested in your take on that. On the black market, we've got Gauss cannons in the big slots. Oh god, heavy burst lasers in the mediums. Mining blasters and more hypervelocity drivers. No more thumpers. No more flat cannons. And shield conversion again. At some point someone's going to say to me, this is the hull that you put shield conversion on, and it will make an amazing... Oh, sorry, no, that shield conversion front. I'm thinking of like the one that gives it a hull that has no shield, a crappy shield. That one to me I've yet to see a value in, but I've yet to see the hull that it might work on. But yeah, I don't think here we've got any guns we're particularly excited by, although we've got more Reaper class torpedoes. We did we fully fit Reapers? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong window. On the Enforcer, are we full Reaper class now? Yes, we are. We're all Reapers all the time. But yeah, we need more thumpers and flat cannons to make this thing absolutely sing. Especially as the flat cannons cost the same as the auto cannons, and the thumpers would free up another capacitor spot for us, so it would all work out rather tastily. Yeah, I see your point. I'm not desperate to grab it. We're at 100k now, and what we're seeming to do at the moment is we get to about 100 to 140k, and then I blow a load of money on stuff, and I'm saying this just before I buy a Colossus, and we go back down to not very much, and then we start to sort of scrabble our way back up, and I want to start to make a bit of steady income and get to 200k routinely before we blow our money. But for now, I think we buy a Colossus. I think we're going to buy this Colossus. I don't think it. I've done it. It's a done deal. So, we need a couple of things. Oof, those extra crew we bought came in handy. We're only 3 over capacity now, so we could really do with a few more crew. Give ourselves just a little bit of overhead room. And I know I'm doing this quickly and I'm not doing it extensively. The Thumper is a magazine based weapon, but the Thumper is already flux shreddingly expensive. Like when my Thumpers rest to breathe, I sort of take a sigh of relief. I think if I had three Thumpers on there and expanded mags, I think I'd be struggling a bit more with flux, although maybe they'd already be a ball of fire by the time that happened, because the pressure would be amazing. So it is difficult to balance that, and I will take your advice on it. Our cargo capacity is effing huge now. There's a couple of things I want to do. One of the things I would like to do is expanded cargo holds on this, right? Surely that is just the most sensible thing, because what's the ship? The ship is cruiser sized, so if we put the expanded cargo hold on, do we get like an extra 100? I know it's a lot of OP, but we're not going to run it in combat. And our cargo capacity has gone up by another 270 by doing that. You know, we specialise in what we're good at. We want it to have some weapons so that if it's being chased, it can get away. We could also put militarised subsystems on it, which would negate the sensor profile hit and give us a bit more speed, because the max burn on it's 7. Now that's slow. That's true. Oh, I see. The civilian grade hull is 1. The other one is the expanded cargo hold, so I can't have the militarised subsystems unless IS modded the expanded cargo holds. And I know that's a very expensive use of a story point, but we'd get even more cargo capacity. Excuse me, the voice is going again. I'll go into my sexiest voice. It doubles the cargo capacity and negates the maintenance cost increase, and would give us back the slot to put on the would militarised subsystems be better? They would negate the civilian hull and give it +1, or would we be better off giving it another one to try and negate the slow speed? See, at the moment we've got a lot of story points to spend, and I'm not intending to S-mod every ship in the fleet, but this is a brand new, no demodded freighter. We need one. An S-modded expanded cargo holds on a cruiser-sized freighter seems to me like it's going to pay dividends for a long time. Thank you, Karma. It's a good job that highlight message is there. I might make that cheaper, because you have to do that a lot. I'm not clicking anything, I'm not S-modding anything until I get your say-so. I'm theory crafting. Right, so I can fit 2 in here, right? Militarised subsystems is... How do I know? Do I just have to sort of know whether they are a logistics mod or not, or does it say? So they're all common design types, that's fine. So how do I know if it's a logistics one? Obviously we can't do these because there's no... That's the civilian ship and there's no fighter bays. Oh, brilliant, Illadine, thank you so much, man. As soon as I finish streaming, I will be on there to chat with you guys. I'm also aware I have not been on the Discord very much recently. It's mainly been Tin Mask Karma and Dragon who've been fueling it. I will be jumping straight on board the Discord very soon. Particularly, I'm going to be on tonight as soon as we're done, but I've just been feeling too rotten. And it's one of those where I've just been like, yeah, great. I've been responding to a few things where I can, but I've just been down for a best part of a week and a half. It's probably been 10 days since I started feeling a bit rough. I was talking to you guys weekend before last and being like, I'm not feeling great. I haven't done this, haven't done that. I was going to do a weekend stream, not this weekend gone, but the one before. I didn't do that stream because I wasn't feeling up to it, and my cold just sort of built and built. And then, as the guys who are in the Discord know, I had a really long day on site doing my day job on Thursday, and it just floored me. I just slept on Friday. I was ruined, and the cold just came back and kicked my ass. So the main reason to hold off on S-modding is you want to hold out for the Atlas. Yeah, I take your point, and I'm guessing story points come fewer. Like, I've got loads of them at the moment, but presumably they come slower as the game progresses because it takes you longer to level up and get them. Like, presumably story points stretch out a little bit as well. Okay, so we can have 2 logistics mods. I like the idea of expanded cargo holds. What 2 logistics mods would you recommend for a freighter, Karma? Like, we've already got 900 on it. We don't need the expanded cargo holds, but I do like the expanded cargo holds. But then the increased maintenance cost is not insignificant, because the maintenance cost on it is already 9 suppliers per month. I'm going to answer my own question. Logistics. There are filters at the bottom. Of course the game tells you I'm being a moron. So yes, militarized subsystems is a logistics mod. So if I do cargo holds and subsystems, that's all of my logistics mods done for the sake of gaining 270 cargo capacity. But it does put my maximum burn up to 8, which is nice. And my fuel cost goes down. I don't mind the skeleton crew going up a little bit. So that's good, but it stops me having auxiliary fuel tanks and the augmented drive field. And the drive field gives me a 2 burn level, not a 1. Yeah, absolutely valid point. The militarized subsystems, the civilian hull doesn't matter. It's not going in combat. The sensor profile's not the end of the world, even though it's a pretty big one because it's my biggest ship. But we've put drive field on there. That's going to take us up to burn 9, which is great. The fuel's still down. The cargo capacity is still up. The only thing that's bad about having the expanded cargo holds is the fact that it's costing us more maintenance per month, but we can stash a load more stuff in it. But then I also really like insulated engine assembly, because if we got rid of those, we haven't got the maintenance supplies, and the maintenance supplies is a big deal. And the insulated engine assembly, as you say, reduces the sensor profile, and it's the biggest sensor profile we have. And we've got loads of hull on this. It gives us another 600 hull and increases the durability of the engines if it's running away. Let's check. I'm actually not sure what my lowest burn ship is. Maximum burn level of 9. Yeah, you're right. So we need to be hitting burn level 9. Yeah, I'm doing normal difficulty, Illadine. So I started with easy, and the first stream I did on easy, Karma jumped in and was like, "Dude, are you playing on easy?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm scared to play on hard. I'm new to this game." He was like, "If you play on normal, you'll learn to play the game. If you play on easy, you'll learn bad habits. Things will come too easy, and when you try and play on normal, it's not. That's where the game is balanced." And he was absolutely right. I've played on normal, and I've had a few hiccups and some difficulties, but it's not like the jump is hugely challenging. It just feels like a more realistic space game. And you learn much faster on normal because money comes in at the rate it comes in, and you know, combats aren't ridiculously easy. I think if I'd done a full playthrough on normal, I'd have really struggled to learn how to pilot ships, how to fit ships. I'm not saying I'm good at any of those things yet, but yeah, dude, this channel and the Discord are the best places to be for learning this game. It's got nothing to do with me, it's all to do with Karma, because the dude's a hero. And he's going to make us all good players in the end, even if it kills him, which this weekend or this week it is. He caught a computer virus off me, and I've made him ill with my illness. Wicked. Right, we need to finish fitting this thing. We've got ordnance points left. So we've got, in terms of hull mods, we've got our logistics mods. We don't really need combat mods. The reinforced bulkheads might be nice, although they're going to basically cost us everything. We're not even going to be able to fit any weapons. Maybe we fit weapons first. Maybe I'm getting carried away because... Yeah, well... Thankfully, Karma, thanks to you, we haven't done that. I don't think we've slowed the fleet, because if we look... So, for example, I've got a dram on here. Oh no, the dram's burn 10. I thought the dram was slower than that. Burn 10. Yeah, we've only got burn 9 on the Manticore, although we could put the extra drive on the Manticore. With burn 10 up here, with Kite's not going to struggle. Hammerhead's burn 9. 9 is our maximum burn in a number of places without really playing with our combat fittings. So I'm happy with a burn of 9. So if we're adding in the Colossus with the augmented drive, we're okay. We're not slowing the whole fleet for the sake of putting in a big ship. Especially a big non-combat ship. You know, it's not like we're adding a big ship, we're slowing the whole fleet down, but we're giving ourselves more punch. Yeah, 4 light mortars I like, because somewhere I think I've got a lot. Oh, I've only got 1 of them, really. Jeez, what have we got available to buy? Ugh, light machine guns. Oh, the light machine guns are terrible. They're only point defense, aren't they? Mining lasers, okay. Well, tell you what, we'll put a mining laser on each corner. We'll put a small mortar down here. Where's the light mortar? There we go. And then in here, these are all. That's like a 600. The mining lasers are the same. For now, we could just shove a little light auto cannon or something in there. There's only 4 points. We want anything cheaper? Light machine guns, 2 short range. Do you think we leave that last one blank, or do you think we just stick an auto cannon in it for now? Give us another option. I mean, it's not hurting us too badly, is it? And we can then drop a few vents and caps on it if it's fleeing, but hopefully it's never on the field. Strategic mic mute. You didn't even have to hear me cough. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, point defense in that limited side arc's useless, because they're just going to take my engines out and never worry about it. And if it's ever on the field, it's going slowly that way, and stuff behind it's just going patun, patun, patun. Bit of a waste of time. If we're at a point where the Colossus is on the field, we're in a little bit of trouble. 15. The other option, if we drop that one autocannon, we could put the reinforced bulkheads on it so that it's more likely to be recoverable after a fight. Although we have a better chance of recovering after a fight anyway, haven't we? Because of when we get to it from hull restoration, ships are going to almost always be recoverable. And that's what we're aiming for. I'm going to leave it at that and then put some caps and vents on it. I mean, we're over venting there because we're not using weapons. We don't really care. Let's max those out and then we'll maybe we squeeze another hull mod on. We've got way more cap than we're ever going to need for these crappy can't hit anything, not anything in arc guns. So maybe another hull mod would be useful. If there's a hull mod on there you think would also be useful to drop on this, it would be great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. We're not going to be getting anything back, and if it's in combat, we've already lost, right? So, however, what we like about it is it's given us 900 cargo capacity. Oh, yeah, unstable injectors, of course. So the unstable injector increases its speed, of course. So that's a 15. That's fine. And in fact, we don't care about whether it can vent or not, then, do we? Ooh, right, we need to lose a point. I think we'll drop the autocannon for now for anything, even a crappy point defense weapon in there. I don't want to spend money on this hull really unless we've got something decent to buy. If we put that in there, we could put the unstable injector on. Yeah, if I want it to be a combat ship, I lose cargo capacity in exchange for fighter bay, is that right? Mind you, we haven't unlocked that yet, have we? No, I don't have that mod yet. But yes. I don't want it to be a combat ship. Like, if I wanted it to have a combat option, I'd have bought the pirate variant and just taken the 300 and made it into a combat beast, but this will be fine. Right. Okay. We've got ourselves freighter. Let's just check our fleet. While we're here, we're over capacity on crew, which is great. We have a ton of cargo capacity now, so we can do some trading. Very little of that is shielded cargo capacity, so smuggling is still going to be a little bit tricksy, and we've got a pretty big fleet profile now because we've added a big fat freighter to it, and the destroyer as well. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. How much cargo bay does that chew up? Well, we'll pick one of those up and we'll find out, won't we? When we get there. If we find one of those, that's what we'll do. Right, now we're running long. We're on 4.5 hours and we're nearly at 11 o'clock. So what I'm going to say is this. Let's go out in a blaze of glory, boys. We had something to do, didn't we? We completed the combat extraction. Good for us. We've still got Luddic shrines to visit. Only 2 of them. Beholder Station, which we were just at, and we didn't visit the shrine. I've done it in another playthrough, and I thought I'd done it. We've just been to Beholder Station. We should have done the shrine. Then we just have Gilead left. That's my bad. That's on me. But Caliban... Oh yes, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at contacts. I thought... Here we are, accepted. Didn't we... Or was Caliban just offering another mission and we didn't accept it yet? Or did we not? No, we didn't. We were going to go down to the bar. That's why. I get very excited when it comes to ship fitting, even if it's just a crappy carrier or freighter. Let's go down to the bar and see if we can find some action. From a shadowy booth, a conspicuously nondescript man sitting with perfect posture catches your eye and gives you what might be a small nod. At the end of the bar, a rakish woman is met by a variety of low-life characters who scurry away again almost immediately, giving orders perhaps. At a corner table, a spacer in a dirty uniform is quietly drowning her sorrows. Yeah, I don't really want to hit up another bounty just yet, although I would like to unleash the enforcer in force, as it were. And I really want to take my Manticore out again because my Manticore is the best. But I want to find us another interesting mission to do. I'm also interested if any of these guys are offering some cheap ships, although we've just blown most of our budget. Yes, excuse me. You're right. There may well be. Got it. There may well be system bounties. Not all streams are like this. I will clear this cold by the next stream. We'll be fine. We'll be back to normal. At least I've managed to stay up for 4.5 hours for once. Let's just see what the ne'er-do-wells in the bar might have for us. I'm interested in what this rakish woman is doing. The woman watches your approach. You want in on the business, that right? She says, amused at your audacity. Let me give you a job so easy, any rad-addled spacer could manage it. But, she shrugs regretfully, it's a real shame how many of them can't follow instructions and end up getting tossed out an airlock. She laughs like this is a good joke. Deliver the item to the specified location in the Mazu system, 7 light-year away. She flips a tripod out of her coat. The display shows a black Vulturian lobster shell. This is it. The reward's 74,000 credits. Don't be seen making the drop and don't tell anyone about it. Well, that's pretty good. We like a bit of lobsters. And 7 light years is nothing. We're going to struggle a bit more to sneak. Now we've got a big fat freighter on us. But... oof, I do partake of the Stellaris. I haven't in a long time, but I love a bit of Stellaris. Nexus 5X, is that the new expansion? Is it a mod, or is it an entirely new Stellaris-styley game? Do tell me more, Cardjack, because if there's one person who is in this chat who has persuaded me to get more things than anyone I've ever met, it's definitely Cardjack. The dead drop is similar to deploying the spy sat in terms of mechanics, isn't it, Karma? I've got to get there and drop the package off without being seen, spotted and intercepted or scanned, which is really tricky because there will be a quest spawned fleet out looking for me, and they don't even have to catch me, stop me and kill me. They just have to scan me and then we're done. Like, dead drops, I understand, are quite difficult. I've tried one once before and I failed it, and I know we've just taken on a big fat freighter, but it's interesting. Oh yeah, like you have a location, you go and drop something in said location and somebody else will pick it up when nobody is looking. Oh wow! If you could upsell me on Stellaris, it is a game of Stellaris that I could finish in an evening, not lose interest in and forget where I was after 7 hours and then never come back to it and start a new game of Stellaris, which is all I've ever done. I've never played a game of Stellaris anywhere near conclusion. That sounds epic. I will be looking at that the moment we are done. Carjack, WhatsApp me that name, because I need to remember it. So yeah, WhatsApp me that right now, because I want to look that up as soon as I get off stream. I'm not going to take the dead drop just yet, because I want to talk to the other people in here. So what's the hard drinking spacer doing? Here we go. Oh, they've got a Tarsus class freighter. Well, I needed a freighter up until about 5 minutes ago. That's a real shame. I want to have a look at it though. So well, it's not a scratch on what we just bought, but it would have been quite... Again though, increased maintenance and degraded drive fields, we probably wouldn't have taken it. But thank you very much for the offer. Let us find out who the shadowy booth and should join the man with the perfect posture. Although without insignia or uniform, you instantly tag the man as military. It's the boots. They can never give up the mil-spec boots. Captain Bogus McCroy, he says, you are known to my organisation as a capable and discreet operative. I'm authorised to propose a simple mission to you to carry out. Payment would consist of 46,000 credits upon completion. Alright, tell me about it. As for the operation, he continues, as if briefing a cadet, enter a standard orbit of Kulan in the Hybrasil system, then deploy a spy satellite package. It's critical that no patrols be tracking your fleet at this stage. Once deployed, the spy stat has stealth capabilities which make detection unlikely. Simple. Of course, my organisation cannot risk carrying out this mission with flagged vessels. That's why we came to you. Do you accept? Now this is a short hop, skip and a jump away. It's another stealth deployment of a spy satellite package, made more difficult again by the fact that we now have an even bigger fleet. Ah, thank you, Karma. So, is the sad drunk spacer a little bit like the wise old man who just randomly turns up at different places and will do a specific thing, you know, sell you little bits of tidbits to go off and explore, or sell you cheapo demodded holes, that kind of thing. We're going to round out the stream by deploying another spy satellite, because I want to know how much harder we've made it for ourselves by picking up this big freighter. And I know we've not made it impossible. And I am a man who is confident in these things. We're going to leave the bar. We're going to do this. Before we do anything else, we've got plenty of fuel. We've got plenty of supplies. We've got enough men. We've got loads of cargo space. We are going to the Hybrasil system. Not far. In fact, if we look at the Hybrasil system, we're going to this little area near Kulan. So we're going to come in the inner system jump point. We need no one to be tracking us at that point, but they shouldn't be sending a fleet after us specifically. So I think we want to come in, mess with the sensor array, come round to Kulan, try and get the drop on them. And it's Tritachyon, so we want to be behaving ourselves. We can go in with our... as long as we're not being tracked at the time, we're fine. So we can go in with our transponder on, we'll be absolutely golden. What I want to know is, if we are in the Hybrasil star system, is there anything we can pick up before we head over there that's selling well out in Hybrasil? Because we suddenly have a little bit of cash to spend and a lot. Ooh, right, here we go. Ugh. Domestic goods, we make almost zero profit margin selling in Hybrasil. We've still got the transplatonic ore, haven't we? Which we were saying we could sell in Arcadia. Actually, it sells here for 61 per unit, which is almost as good as Arcadia. For the few that we've got, we could just flog it here. Right, let's follow the proper guidance. Oh, Karma, thank you, buddy. I just looked at the map and was like, there are no terrain features I can see that are going to hide me. We've picked a very tricky one to try and finish on. We may fail it, but we're going to give it a go. Right, so we know Chico makes supplies, but supplies are hard to turn profit on. Chico's also making a load of domestic goods. But we looked at domestic goods. Now, Where are we going? We're going Hybrasil, aren't we? Just doing a quick scan on whether anything... Yeah, so Akul and Tritachyon are buying metals at a decent rate. Big deal. $1 profit. There's not a lot in here that we're going to make a huge amount of trading profit on, which is fine. But it's worth checking before we leave because, excuse me, we can now trade in sufficient volume that small profit margins become profitable. So it's worth looking at it. Change all your ship loadouts for stealth. Can you put ships into storage? I'm not saying we do it. But like for this one mission, could we store our freighter? I know we'd have to bring it back up to combat readiness and all the other stuff, but in terms of just keeping us afloat. The only thing about changing all my ship loadouts for stealth is by the time I've done it, I'm going to forget to change them back. Oh, okay. That was going to be my next question. Thank you, Karma. Well, in that case, yeah, if it's at no penalty, I just want to abandon this mission. Oh, yeah. Of course, less than a day. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Too difficult. Oh, dear. Right, well, let's have a very quick look at system bounties, then. So, presumably, we're going to have system bounties in Al Jabbar. Right, Zagan and... Oh yes, Samara we knew was being hit, and Samara's not far away. 25 more days, and we could go and smack a fleet. I've never done a system bounty. Let's go to Samara and do a system bounty. So we're going to fly in, we're going to find any pirate fleets we can, and we're going to mash them in the face. And we're going to get paid per ship we destroy, and it's based on... Is it based on frigates? And then obviously bigger hulls. Yeah, 1800 base reward per frigate, and bigger hulls are worth more. Let's go do some pirate crushing. Yarr! I'm going to hold up my skull mug. This is my Sea of Thieves pirate skull mug. We're going to use it for anti-piracy tonight. We're going to go crush some pirates to end the stream. And I'm deeply confident. Just before I go, one last look. I've not forgotten fuel, I've not forgotten men, I've not forgotten supplies, we're all good. Might be worth taking a few more crew actually, in case we smash some pirates and can salvage some ships. Let's get some more crew while we're here. Yes, of course. Yeah, well, and that was the problem before we went and bought the freighter, was we needed to buy it because we just didn't have enough overhead to be carrying any stuff. Right, happier with that. Here we go. This game, again, if you happen to have a drink in your hand, whether it's alcoholic or not, prepare to play the drinking game. I love this game. This game is awesome. Most of you in here are playing Starsector. I know Tinmas is, I know Karma you obviously are, I know Dragon is, and I know that Illidan now is as well. Anyone in here who is not playing Starsector, and I don't really see how I would attract a Starsector stream of people who are not playing Starsector, who haven't already gone, this looks really good. Play Starsector, people. It's just brilliant. Right, we're going to jump to Samara jump point. We're going to put our transponder on. Oh, it's already on. We're going to keep our transponder on because we want pirates to see us and go... I suppose if our fleet is too threatening for them, they'll try and run because they'll see it. So what I'm going to ask, Karma... God damn, man, you are a lifesaver. That's why I put the save the game redeem in there. It's not so that I can get you to burn your channel points, which is why I reduced the cost of it massively. It's not because I want saving the game to be a special thing. It's because I forget to save the game. Cardjack, thank you so much for coming in, buddy. Great to see you. Always good to have VIPs and subscribers in the house. Thank you so much, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I will see you very, very soon. But yeah, I just need people to remind me to save, because I get too carried away with the joys and intricacies of this marvellous game. Karma, do you have any advice, other than flying the system and doing active sensor sweeps, sensor bursts, for finding the pirates? Because it's not, I've never done a system bounty before. I want like an efficient way of knocking out some stuff. Is there a pirate base sending fleets here? Yes, there is. The pirate base we were at earlier was sending fleets here. So, pirates. The Beta Motley. Oh, no, they were. They're not anymore. Oh, they were sending them here. Maybe they've been defeated. When we were at Beta Motley, they were sending fleets to Samara, but they've now started sending them to Kamari. So maybe we're not going to find any. Maybe they've already been dealt with and all we have left is salvage. I also want to go and have a look at these stellar mirrors, because I've never seen a stellar mirror before. So whether there's pirates in this system or not, we're going to have a look at the stellar mirrors. Yeah. Right, well, we're going to look for other system bounties in just a minute. But first, Eventide Stellar Mirror Epsilon. An ultralight orbital mirror array used to reflect and concentrate solar energy. Stellar mirrors are a common terraforming tool, and the art of their use was brought to apogee by the Iridani Utopia Terraforming Corporation during the golden age of the domain's expansion phase. God damn, yes. Can you knock them out of alignment and be a total jerk? He didn't seem to like me approaching the sensor, put it that way. No, no you can't. That's fine. Oh no, he was intercepting... Oh no, he was intercepting somebody else. Right, so what we need to do then... We need to be looking at other system bounties in systems that actually have an issue, like Kumari Kadan. System bounty. Yeah, so there's still the one in Sagara. Zagan. Zagan still has pirates being sent there. From where we are, Zagan is manageable. How long is the system bounty open for? Only 28 days, but there are still pirates sending fleets in. So you reckon we're going to get pirates in Zagan? Is that what you're saying? Oh, yeah, no, sorry, probably... Oh! Karma, good point. They're probably chasing down pirates. Right. Take off your sustained burn, put it back on. Look at this! Pirate fighting! Oh, and they wrecked... Oh, they wrecked them all, but who's this? These guys are running from the hegemony detachment. I want... Oh, you're trying to interdict me, boy. Oh god, you gotta actually click on the bloody pirate bastards, not just run into them. Take that. Right, they're attempting to disengage. We're not having that. We're going to destroy these boys. We don't want to harry their retreat. We want to pursue them, don't we? Pursuing them is like actively engaging. Is harrying their retreat just making it awkward? Oh, their interdiction pulse has done a number on our custom shuttle. Guide me, Guru Karma. Pursue or harry? Ah, I see. Their combat readiness is garbage already. Actually, Yeah, that's fine. We're going to pursue them. Let's do it. We'll take command of the action for this one. Thank you, boys. They are terrible. I want to fly my flagship. I like my flagship. I want some rapid stuff. And I think those three will probably do it for us. We don't, because we might need to redeploy again very, very quickly. I don't think we need to take the beast into this. Oh, right. I have not dealt with comm relays and stuff. Deploy ahead. Multiple clicks. Explain, please, Karma. So, do you mean I can deploy further forwards on the map? Or I can... So if I double click on a thing, it won't just deploy it, it will deploy it further ahead in the formation, making me even closer. Because that's not explained in any of the tutorials. That's really useful to know. Oh, perfect. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. How... Oh, reinforcements. G. Gotcha. So if I pick a small, rapid vessel, like the combat freighter, to try them... Tag... Oh my god. Deploy left, deploy right, deploy... Ah, I can deploy left and right. It won't let me deploy ahead. Is left and right going to make it slightly further ahead than where we are now? At the left and right, or is it going to put it in line with us? That's really good to know, mate. Oh, God. I don't think I'd have quit this game without you, but I think I would still be grubbing around the tutorials, having died my 13th time with a ship that was fit terribly. You are my absolute saviour. What I maybe should have done actually is deploy the Enforcer and just use the boost to get in range, because the Manticore's not gonna... Left side of the whole battlefield way ahead. Right, done. Done. Dunzo. Ah, go. Get up there. You do not need shields. Just put holes in these boys. Once they get engaged, take them down. I really should be telling other people to do stuff, but that's fine, right. Oh man, I can't remember how this ship works now. Here we go. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Oh my god, you're right. Look at that. Take that thing out. Everybody else, get engaged with the Wayfarer. I will follow you as quickly as I am physically able. At least we've got a Hound and a Kite here who've got a chance of catching up with some stuff if we can at least tangle with it and force it to deal with our Wayfarer. That's as zoomed out as I can get the map, man. Oh, you mean on here? Yes, good point. Now that I'm starting to get a handle on ship fits, and by starting to get a handle I mean now I've got you to help me with ship fits, we should be doing more combat, because this is just so much fun. Oh, we got them tied up now. This is good, this is good. Hopefully we can keep them tied up now that we're engaged with them. They are going to get to the edge of the battlefield, aren't they? Oh, not for a while, not for a while. Come on, man. Maybe I should have flown the Hound for this one. Get in there. Wayfarers down. Everybody just swarm this boy. Is he? Oh, it's going to be close. I don't know if he's going to make it or not. I'm not going to see it if he does. We might have to just watch from the viewpoint of one of the other ships. No, they're not far enough ahead, are they? No, he's going to make it. Damn. I saw it. I scrolled up to it and saw it was up here. I gave it orders to try and intercept them up there, so that they... What I should have maybe done is spawned another one up there as well, so I had two ships to sort of try and tackle different stuff. Yeah, they retreated. Well, we got two. And there's more of them knocking around still. Oof. Right. I don't want to consider ship recovery if it requires story points for all. Just not bothered. Take everything. We have all the cargo capacity in the world right now. Right, those pirate raiders are vanishing. We've got more signals down here. Ah, I got hit by the hegemony's interdiction pulse. Ooh, what's in here? It's possible at high risk. We're not going to bother with salvage right now then. We've got, what's that? Another Cerberus. I like a Cerberus, but I'm more interested in more pirate hulls, if that's what's going on here. Oh no, these are wrecks, aren't they now? Pretty much all of them. Oh, we've got another Hound. I like a Hound a lot. Okay, so non-story points, single demod Hound. Degraded life support, less maximum... I think we're going to have this. It's a little bit more to our shielded cargo holds. For a pirate Hound, I quite like the Hounds for harrying the dudes. Yeah, I should have done that. I was just about to say I should just camera feed on one of the others. But I was too obsessed with trying to get my Manticore in the fight. Consider ship recovery. Get me that Hound. Right now. Right, what else have we got? We've got... Oh no, wrong button. We've got ships up here, which we've already seen. Oh yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn my thing off and go dark. I pressed the wrong button. I'm trying to help you hunt pirates here. I am aware. Scan me away. We're all good. Pirate hunting, man. This is crucial stuff. Make sure I actually hit the right button now. So we've got other salvageable stuff. So we've got the original, is it Cerberus over here that we saw originally? Which we might as well have a look at and just salvage. Like normally I'd look at the demods and stuff, but I'm not going to spend a story point on a Cerberus. Just buy one. The only reason I avoided the salvage initially was I wanted to make sure I caught any fleeing pirates from that bunch, and also looking at the salvage it said that there was a low chance of finding anything and a high risk. It just seemed to me like we were just going to lose a load of guys for the sake of potentially some crappy salvage. Well, I know the field's going to have degraded even more now if it's not already floated away, but the field was so degraded. It was this salvage field, wasn't it? Oh no. That. Ah, that's a Vanguard. Vanguard Heavy Frigate. Let's have a look at it. Oof. Oh dear. Glitch sensor array, unreliable subsystems and structural damage. Unless you're going to tell me a pirate Vanguard is utterly epic and it's worth these hits, I don't think these D-mods are worth anything other than salvaging. But yeah, that's why, Karma. I could be wrong, but I thought what we were going to do there was waste a number of crew, a load of heavy machinery, and get very little for it. So I skipped that while we were still pursuing what I thought might be a pirate fleet. I'm just going to salvage it. Not particularly excited by those D-mods. Don't think we've got much else from this little salvage pot anymore. No. We've made a little bit of cash, haven't we, from doing those? Not a huge amount. We killed like two frigates, and the bounty has now ended in Samara. But we did some pursuit stuff, we did some cash, we've done a system bounty, and again, thanks to you, Karma, I have learned a lot about how system bounties work and how to monitor and check system bounty stuff. Hello, scavengers. So another thing ticked off the list of cool Starsector-y stuff that we have done, and I said this last stream, but I'm starting to feel okay, yeah, pirate colonies, attack colonies, satellites to catch them. That makes sense. So there are certain places that are key to look for them. I appreciate we now might be in adverts as well, so I don't want to be sort of hitting up that kind of stuff. Who've we got? Oh, I know what we're doing next. Right, cool. Right, we'll wait till the adverts end and then we'll do the next bit. But a couple of things. Save the game again. We learned some stuff, we did some stuff, we've got some stuff. We've got a great chunk of fuel, we've got plenty of supplies, this is all good, money is ticking up a little bit. We need to find a new objective, but our fleet is yet again bigger and better than it was. But I'm not going to rant on about it because I suspect nobody can hear me at this point. Time for a little breath. Get the old voice back. Gargle a little bit with the useful stuff. We got tiny drop more beer in that can. Here we go. Beautiful. Right, for those of you still here, Dragon, if you can hear me, you might be the only one now Cardjack left. Thank you, buddy. I always love having you on board, you know that. I am insanely grateful for any views we get, any people we get, but more importantly, any chat we get and any interaction. Any of the Discord bros, you are all the best. See, I knew you'd be there. I knew you'd be there somewhere, man. You never let me down. You're the best. That's why you're my VIP. That's why you are the man right from day one. Soon as I unlocked the ability to have VIPs, you were the first on the list. You, Trainer, and Cardjack. You're the boys. We're going to be doing some RimWorld. Possibly Saturday. Might be a much earlier stream. Might be a daytime. I don't know. I'm going to see how my schedule lines up. I want to do some RimWorld on stream. It'll make Trainer excited if nothing else, and he'll shut up about trying to get me to do RimWorld. And if I can get him to shut up about getting me to do RimWorld, he might shut up about me doing more Kenshi, which we're not going back to for a long time. I like Kenshi. The way I play Kenshi doesn't make for fun streams, and the way I play Kenshi doesn't make Trainer happy, and then he spends the whole stream grumbling at me that I should be a slave and have my limbs chopped off and start with no arms. And you know, his idea of fun is very influenced by his upbringing, not mine. So we're going to be doing that in a few days' time somewhere. Obviously Discord is where we will find out about that first, but I'm going to hit the Discord hard tonight and tomorrow and catch up on some Starsector chat that I've been missing while I've been ill. But we're now all back, so I'm going to say a couple of things. Right, I've saved the game, so for those of you that missed anything during the ad break, the game has been saved. We are nice and safe. I am going to wrap the stream up in a few minutes, but I'm going to ask you just for 1 second of your time, because I want to say first off a thank you to everybody. I've said it a lot during the stream, but the suffering is a large part of the fun. I'm assuming we're still talking about Kenshi here, but I can do other things in Kenshi that are a bit more productive. Dudes, thank you so much for joining me. All the followers. So, Quist, I know Quist isn't here anymore, but thank you, Quist, for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. But before you all go, right, it's really important that I just tick off a few thank yous for all the followers, because it's made a massive deal to me. We've had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... We've had 4 new followers tonight, which is a lot for a channel of my size. I've had 2 of my 3 subbers in the chat talking to me tonight. You guys are always my absolute number ones. I love you, especially Dragon and Cardjack, who are multiple month subbers. You are my ultimate supporters, and I love you for it. Karma, you are the reason I am still streaming Starsector, because you make it fun for me, and you teaching me the game in a way that I really, really enjoy. You're making me love it more than I thought I already did, and I loved it a lot in the beginning. But the bits were just above and beyond. No homo. But the bits were above and beyond tonight. Really, really appreciate them. I'm going to excuse me, I'm going to choke to death. I'm going to very quickly raid someone now. I'm going to raid somebody who led me to Starsector. This is a streamer of Battle Brothers who I followed for a long time, and he raided somebody. He raided Quist, who raided me tonight. It's going full circle. And I learned of Starsector through Quist that I got through Dogfood's channel. Now, I know a lot of you are here to see me or here to see Starsector, and you're sort of ready to click off now. If you do me one more favour and stick around for just 2 minutes while we raid Dogfood, because it helps this channel, because it helps by, we're raiding him with a number of viewers, not me and 2 other guys. That's really useful. But also I want to expose you to Dogfood, because he is a lovely, wonderful streamer. Even if you hang around for only a couple of minutes and say hi and go and spam your goose emotes when you get in there, I really appreciate that, because it raises our profile, but it supports another brilliant streamer who has himself supported me by taking me through various places and giving me opportunities in the Battle Brothers community. So I think we share the love. It's only a couple of minutes. I'm going to raid right now. If we can take all of us together right now into his channel and just all say hi before we log off and do our own thing, that would really mean the world to me for the end of the stream. It's been a brilliant stream tonight. We've streamed for over 5 hours, which is something I want to continue to do on a regular basis. It really is. I think the longer streams are better streams, and I want to keep doing them. Here we go. We're gonna incite a raid on Dogfood, who is wonderful. He's a lovely, lovely bro. Just stick with me while we hit the raid up, and thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you all for the follows, the bits, the everything. I love you all. Karma, Dragon, Tin Mass, and Cardjack, you are my absolute heroes. I will see all of you guys and Illidean on the Discord. Anyone else who wants to join me, join the Discord too. I'll see you guys next time. We're going in 5 seconds and then you can log. But thank you for coming with me on the raid. I'll see you all very soon. Goose out.